The October 8th, 2019 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Alcoffer. Here. Mr. Ansello. Here. Ms. Barnhart. Here. Mr. Baroth. Here. Ms. Boyce. Here. Mr. Brew. Here. President Carbone.
Here.
Mr. Delahanty.
Here.
Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mrs. Draw.
Here.
Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Here.
Ms. Halstead.
Here.
Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Howland.
Here.
Ms. Cayley.
Here.
Ms. Lamar.
Here.
Mr. Lightfoot.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Marinetti.
Here.
Mr. Michike.
Here.
Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Rockow.
Here.
Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor.
Here.
Mr. Terp.
Here.
Mr. Wilcox.
Here.
Mr. Wilt.
Here.
Mr. Zale.
Here.
Please stay seated. I'd like to introduce Reverend Ernest Krug of the Third Presbyterian Church, who's been invited by legislator Joshua Baroff to lead us in a moment of prayer.
Let us pray. God of love and justice, of this county, with particular attention to the needs of those most vulnerable because of disability, poverty, discrimination, or any other factor used to challenge their human worth. May the deliberations of this body be guided by compassion and a commitment to fairness, even as they are guided by fiscal responsibility. We ask these things in the name of that holy presence, which is the source of our being. Amen.
Please stand as legislator Tony Michike will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I ask that you remain standing. Without objection, we will take agenda item number 15 out of the regular agenda order. Agenda item number 15 is moved by legislator Marinetti and seconded by legislator Cayley. Will the clerk please read the resolution in memoriam for Henry Nathan Burroughs Jr., grandfather of Monroe County legislator Ernest Flagler Mitchell.
Expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Henry Nathan Burroughs Jr., grandfather of Monroe County legislator Ernest Flagler Mitchell. Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deepest sympathy at the recent passing of Henry Nathan Burroughs Jr., beloved grandfather of Monroe County legislator Ernest Flagler Mitchell. Whereas Henry passed away on August 27, 2019 at the age of 72. And whereas Henry was born June 23, 1947 in Williamsburg County, South Carolina. He was the son of the late Henry Burroughs Sr. and Kwesi Jenkins Burroughs. Henry was educated in the public school system of Williamsburg County. Earlier in his life, he worked in a coal mine in Utah and Kentucky. After moving back home to South Carolina, he worked at Martech Telephone in Wellman. He later retired and spent his time working on a farm. And whereas Henry found himself involved in the church at an early age, Henry joined Wilson Chapel Methodist Church. After two churches merged, he became a member of Faith United Methodist Church, where he accepted Christ as his personal Savior. He found comfort in the church and was a proud member for almost his entire life. One of his most proud life achievements was marrying his loving and caring and devoted wife, Jessie Mae Mackey Burroughs. They were married for 46 years. And whereas Henry was survived by his wife, Jessie Burroughs, one son, O'Brien Singletary, four sisters, Eva Mae, Panovius, Mary L., and Justine, one brother, Clyde, and a sister-in-law, Lila Ruth Burrows, along with a host of grandchildren, nieces, nephews, relatives, and friends. And whereas Henry will be remembered for his love and dedication to his family, he will be greatly missed by his family and community, especially in his home of Lake City, South Carolina. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the legislature is hereby directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously, with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Please be seated. Your copy of the Journal of Day 9, September 10th, 2019 is available on your tablet. Without exception, the Journal will stand approved as submitted. There is a hearing loop in place tonight to assist those who are hearing impaired. Anyone requiring assistance should inquire in the clerk's office.
If you have a cellular phone, pager, or other electronic device in your possession, I request that you make it inaudible for the duration of the meeting. Thank you.
Legislators, the referrals submitted to the legislature for the next committee cycle are available on your tablet as well as online. There are several proclamations scheduled for this evening. Mr. Clerk.
Will Tania Strong please come forward? Also, President Dr. Joe Carbone and County Executive Cheryl Donalfo. Will Leslie Blossig please come forward and family? Also, President Dr. Joe Carbone and County Executive Cheryl Donalfo. Monroe County is home to hundreds of successful small businesses that drive our local economy, provide opportunity for residents, and support our families. Many of these enterprises start as a dream, and through hard work, determination, and personal sacrifice, grow into fixtures in the community that help us all thrive. One of our greatest examples of such a small business is Blasek Glass, owned and operated by Leslie Blasek and the Blasek family for the past 80 years. Blasek Glass began in 1937 with founders Hans and Hildy Blasek. Since then, thanks to Leslie, the company has developed and expanded while maintaining its sparkling reputation for quality products and second-to-none service. Initially rooted in just a small garage in Irondequoit, Blasek Glass moved to Atlantic Avenue in the city of Rochester, where it operates today, offering all types of glass blowing, glass repair, and custom glasswork, along with other artistry and screen printing services. And whereas Leslie has grown the Atlantic Avenue property into a dual-purpose establishment, as it now houses Rochester apparel alongside Blasek Glass. America's small business create roughly 2 of every 3 new jobs in the United States, and more than half of all Americans either own or work for a small business, meaning we owe Leslie and the Blasek family a debt of gratitude for being a local economic driver for 8 decades. And whereas Leslie and the Blasek family have sacrificed time, money, effort, and more to provide our community with great products and service, Blasek Glass and Rochester Apparel are excellent examples of successful women-owned businesses that will continue to inspire Monroe County youth for years to come. We owe Leslie and the Blasek family for their contributions to the community. Now, therefore, we, Cheryl Donalfo, County Executive, and Dr. Joe Carbone, President, on behalf of the residents of Monroe County, do hereby recognize and congratulate Blasek Glass Specialties, Inc. on their well-deserved 80-year celebration.
Thank you, Cheryl and Joe. Thank you very much. It's just very brief. I just wanted to say thank you very much to my mother, Patricia Benson, and my children, and of course my husband, who's been by my side. And we have a lot of new things coming this way, so stay tuned.
Will Will representatives from the Webster Extreme 12U softball team please come forward? Also, President Dr. Joe Carbone, County Legislator Matthew Turp, and County Legislator George Hebert. Whereas success in athletics is something to be very proud of. The Webster Athletic Association's Webster Extreme 12U fast pitch softball team has demonstrated excellence both on and off the field. The team has had an excellent season throughout the summer, which included 5 tournament championships. And whereas the team has also had success in the classroom, the coaching staff places a very high emphasis on schoolwork. Classroom sessions are held where they can make sure that all the girls have completed their homework before they move on to practice. The team's hard work in the classroom can be seen through the number of team members who have continuously made the honor roll and honor roll with distinction. And whereas throughout the season, the team has been recognized for their character, the coaches were regularly told by different umpires that this team shows the highest level of respect. They do not argue when calls do not go their way, and they always show good sportsmanship toward the other team. Along with this, the team always makes time to volunteer to give back to their community. The Webster community and Monroe County as a whole are proud to be home to this outstanding group of young citizens. Now, therefore, we, Dr. Joe Carbone, President, Matthew Turp, Legislator, District 8, and George Hebert, Legislator, District 15, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize the Webster Extreme 12U girls softball team for their outstanding achievement on and off the field.
So I really didn't know what to say when I was invited to come in here and get a proclamation for this team. I wrote a couple of things down here, and I think they did a great job punctuating exactly what this organization and this team is about. So thank you very much for having us here, for one. You know, I know it's an athletic event, but I will tell you these girls are hardworking in the classroom. I would say almost 90% or more are honor roll students, and I would say more than 50% of those are honor roll with distinction in our district for Monroe County. So these players are students and athletes. They're extremely bright. They care. They're athletic and hardworking. I'm proud to say that I get the privilege to coach them, and it is an honor. The qualities these ladies possess have natural leadership on and off the field, and hopefully in our community as they get older and older every year. Most importantly is the way that these young ladies insist on treating others with respect, the way they are willing to help a lending hand to another kid who just got mowed over by one of our great catchers. But they'll reach out a hand and pick them up even after the call has been made that they're out, which was quite often. So, but moreover, what I had the privilege to watch is how much they love each other as sisters. And that's just something that's not always seen every day. It's these attributes that make us parents, coaches, or our town of Webster very proud of this team. So I just want to say again, thank you guys very much for having us here, and we hope to continue to do this every year after year until I'm done coaching them. Thank you guys very much for having us. We appreciate it.
Will Megan Deschavaux and representatives from the Willow Center please come forward? Also, President Dr. Joe Carbone, Minority Leader Cynthia W. Cayley, and County Legislator Sabrina Lamar. Whereas in 1989, Congress passed Public Law 101-112, officially designating October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And whereas every 9 seconds, a woman in the United States is beaten or assaulted by a current or ex-significant other, and 1 in 4 men are victims of some sort of physical violence by an intimate partner. And whereas the Willow Center, under the leadership of President and CEO Megan Deschavaux, Provides services including counseling, emergency shelter, supportive housing, children's services, pet program services, court services, and prevention education to just under 20,000 clients each year. And whereas for survivors of domestic violence, the color purple is meant to be a symbol of peace, courage, survival, honor, and dedication to ending violence. Now, therefore, let it be known that we, Cynthia W. Cayley, Minority Leader, Sabrina A. Lamar, Legislator, 27th District, and Dr. Joe Carbone, President, do hereby recognize and honor Willow Domestic Violence Center on its 40th anniversary, its staff and volunteers for making a difference in the lives of families, and in recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month on this 8th day of October, 2019.
Thank you so much for this recognition and our 40th anniversary year. It's incredible to think about how much has changed in the past years and yet how much remains the same. And I know we have had the constant support of Monroe County in providing support services for survivors of domestic violence in our community in so many ways, most particularly through support of our 49-bed emergency shelter, where we have 27 children staying tonight with their mothers, although we do accept men as well. It's typically women and children in the shelter, and the county so generously provides support to make sure our doors remain open. The county also recognizes domestic violence as the issue that it is, impacting so many in our community in every zip code. They recognize it as a public health issue, as a criminal justice issue, and as a human services issue. And there are so many ways that we as a community can come together to support survivors of domestic violence in our community. It happens in every neighborhood, in every zip code, in every suburb. We just released the report to the community on domestic violence this past October 1st, launching the month officially, and found that rates are significantly high in Monroe County. We are double the statewide rates in the county, and we are 4 times the statewide rates in the city of Rochester. So this is an epidemic that our community is facing, and I am so grateful to all of you for standing here and being part of this and for your support of the work that we do. On behalf of our staff, our board, and most importantly the survivors that we serve, thank you.
There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. We will now hold the public forum. With a very significant number of speakers registered to address the legislature, we will be strictly enforcing the 2-minute time limit. Most of you have been here before. You're very familiar with the 2-minute time limit, so please be respectful of the time of your fellow speakers and adhere to that 2 minutes. Mr. Clerk.
If you require assistance, a deputy is available to assist you in approaching the podium. I'll call 3 people forward at one time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes in which to address the legislature. Please conclude your remarks when the timer sounds and exit through the rear of the chambers. Thank you for your cooperation. Our first 3 speakers are Amanda Rathbone, William Koch, and Marilyn Scales. Apologies.
Hello, my name is Amanda Rathbone, and I am here representing the Parents Helping Parents Coalition of Monroe County. At 18 months, my son Rupert was advised by his pediatrician to go into the early intervention program for speech therapy. As a first-time mother, I was worried that my son's speech wouldn't be up to school grade standards in time for him to start preschool or kindergarten. My son's doctor assured me that the sooner he started receiving services, the better he would be in time to start school. Within days, I was speaking to coordinators and holding evaluations in my home. I was receiving letters and signing documents right after that to assure Rupert would begin his speech therapy with the Catholic Family Center. I remember feeling impressed that within a month I had been set up with a coordinator and Rupert was holding his first couple of sessions with his speech therapist. The therapist was always willing to talk to me, and we talked through text and phone calls about his progress on many a weeknight and throughout the weekend. When my son was sick with pneumonia, she came to our house rather than his daycare to hold his sessions. Dedication was an understatement for this brilliant woman, and my son certainly reaped the benefits of her hard work. By the time he had turned 3, we had our last session with early learning intervention, and my son had done a complete 180 in his speech. My questions to him were met with coherent responses, and sentences were forming to ask me questions back. My son's services with the Catholic Family Center ended in November 2018, and almost immediately after, I had learned that the center had ceased their early intervention program, taking with them a talented individual who gave my family something I can never begin to thank her enough for. I can't express to you how horrible it feels to not be able to communicate with your child. You can see it in their face that they desperately want to tell you something, but the sounds that come out are just jargon and babble. The tantrums and frustration as they continue to reiterate the sounds to get you to understand them is just heartbreaking. We went through a lot of problem behaviors due to my son's lack of communication. Through this time in speech therapy, these behaviors have nearly vanished. The early intervention program helped my son to develop and thrive. I know that if I had not followed my pediatrician's advice, my son would not be able to speak as well as he does now. These programs are so vital to children with learning difficulties. The longer they wait for services, the harder it is for them to retain the skills and ultimately succeed in school later on. I went to a political meeting last month and met with a member of the Parents Helping Parents Coalition. I was absolutely horrified to find out that these amazing programs are so severely lacking in funding. It breaks my heart to know that there are parents out there who have to wait for their kids to get services and in the meantime watch their child suffer without the proper assistance. Without this program, more students will suffer and struggle in our schools. We need to better fund this program and put our money towards our children's futures. We should be doing everything in our power to help those children who need extra assistance in their development. My hope by coming here today is for you to hear a story from a mother who watched her son go from struggling to absolutely thriving thanks to your early intervention program, and beg you to provide more funding and backing into it so that more children can benefit from its purpose. Thank you very much.
My name is Bill Kosh. I'm a retired investigator with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. I'm here tonight to speak about the loss of direct health care benefits from the county upon retirees reaching age 65. 44 years of service to this community, I took an oath. Yes, I made a promise to serve the citizens of this community, an oath to uphold the laws of the state of New York and the Constitution of the United States. As elected leaders of this community, this legislative body, too, has taken a very similar oath. This oath serves as the foundation of our free, democratic, civilized republic, a society based upon the rule of law. When I turned 65 years of age, the county dropped me from the county health care plan because I became Medicare eligible. Medicare Tier 3, 4, and 5 medications are the preferred treatment for many medical conditions, but become extremely expensive under the Medicare program. Over the many years of contract negotiations, most contracts were ratified several years after the previous contract had expired. In these instances, contracts were ratified without any retroactive pay increases, the county promising continued health care benefits through retirement. Never did I or any of my peers ever once question the status or the content of our contractual agreements before or during our responses to calls for service. We simply responded to provide a service we swore to provide to the citizens of this community. I can understand how you feel on the second Tuesday of every month with speakers addressing this body seeking funds. I understand this because for more than 40 years, you too have sought funds from us during contract negotiations. By not giving retroactive pay, you made a promise of health care and retirement. You knowingly entered into these lawfully binding agreements with a promise, a fiduciary obligation to retirees. With this administration reneging on the lawful contractual agreements all parties have agreed to abide by, I find it reprehensible that the retirees on fixed incomes are now expected to financially shoulder years of irresponsible fiscal squandering of tax dollars. I would like to close my comments in the same fashion this body opened up tonight's meeting with, a prayer and a pledge. I pray that you return health care benefits to retirees, benefits we actually worked and paid for. And as you have pledged allegiance tonight to the flag in this great nation for liberty and justice for all, I hope you find that same justice in your hearts for your retired employees. To vote is a right. To serve is a privilege. This election, I won't squander away my vote the way you squandered away our health care benefit. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Scales. I'm here to talk about early intervention. I am here to speak on behalf of my daughter, Kimberly Dewar, special needs mom and early intervention advocate. She's also the co-founder of Parents Helping Parents Coalition of Monroe County. She is unable to make it tonight. At the last full legislative meeting, Kim informed you that 22 more providers left early intervention over the summer due to lack of funding from the state. Well, one of those 22 providers was my granddaughter's special education teacher. She left early intervention to take a job in the school system for better pay and benefits. This was after already losing her occupational therapist a year ago for the same reason. This early intervention crisis and putting kids on waiting lists for services due to a provider shortage is not going away. This crisis is getting worse by the day. So what do special needs families want from you? First and most importantly, we urge you to support a 10% reimbursement rate increase for early intervention services through NYSEC. We also urge you through NYSEC to support new regulations to hold insurance companies accountable for paying for their portion of the early intervention services. And lastly, we urge the Monroe County Legislature to approve the hiring of at least 10 more service coordinators immediately. There are only 15 service coordinators for the entire county, and each have a caseload of over 100 kids. More service coordinators will promote timely implementation of services, timely amendments to services, facilitation of family-centered and team-centered plans. More service coordinators will prevent lapse of services, will support required meetings to be held in a timely fashion, will prevent transition dates from being missed, and will allow families to learn about and how their child's rights. More service coordinators will allow time to support families by being available to answer their questions and being able to empower them to do the best for their children. A 10% rate increase at the state level, new regulations for insurance coverage, and at least 10 more service coordinators at the county level. This is what my daughter is asking for. This is what Parents Helping Parents is asking for. This is what I'm asking for. This is what Monroe County voters are asking for. Thank you for your time.
Our next three speakers are Elizabeth Maxwell, Carol Holzer, and Nicole Birdless.
Hi, everybody. My name's Carol Michelle Halsizer. Oops. And I want to say, first of all, that I'm proud of Monroe County and their efforts to reduce the overdose deaths that have hit our community and the drug crisis that we're in right now. I'm here to help. I have a proposal for Monroe County that I think will help reduce the overdose deaths. My daughter-in-law died of a heroin overdose in 2016. If Narcan was available at the apartment complex that she was, my 5-year-old granddaughter may not have had to witness her mother's death. Since then, I've devoted my time and my resources to help other families avoid the grief that my family experienced. My proposal is for Monroe County to adopt this symbol. I'm calling it the purple ribbon of hope, to show where Narcan is available in our community. I could picture small businesses putting it on their windows. I've already contacted many transportation companies who said that they would put a sticker on their car. If we can show where Narcan is available, we can avoid a lot of needless deaths. I researched a case study that showed overdose deaths reduced when they had a purple ribbon put in windows in their community. After 2 years after it was implemented, the overdose deaths were reduced to 1 in the 2-year period. So I ask you to please consider granting me permission to put the Monroe County logo on the symbol of hope.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Berdulis, and I'm here to speak on early intervention. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my son Ryan and other children who perhaps have more severe delay than Ryan has shown. Ryan will be 4 on December 31st. He's a New Year's Eve baby. With the services that he's received through early intervention, such as physical therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and special education, Ryan did begin speaking some words this past winter. He does get speech services and a specialized prompt therapy, which has broke down the wall for his motor planning delays. Prior to receiving physical therapy, Ryan did not crawl like a typical child or reach his milestones. He had to be taught how to walk, climb, and jump. Once Ryan learned how to climb up onto an object, he then had to be taught how to maneuver off of the object due to his motor planning delay. The providers and the early intervention model are critical for infants, toddlers, and preschool-aged children to reach their maximum potential prior to entering kindergarten. We can and need to continue to do better in Monroe County by providing these instrumental services to infants through preschool-aged children. I'm extremely hopeful that my son, Ryan, will one day be able to say words like, "I love you, Mommy," and that people will actually be able to understand him. With Halloween coming, my son looks like he's big. He's going to be 4 years old, and it's kind of nerve-wracking that he's not going to be able to say trick or treat. So I just want to thank everybody for listening and for what we do have thus far, and hopefully the program will continue to benefit many other children and that they won't have to wait as long. Countless children need to be supported through early intervention and so that they can too gain their voice. Thank you for your time. I'm bad at public speaking.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Maxwell. I'm here to speak on behalf of early intervention. My daughter, who is right here, waited 8 months for services. In that time, we only received 1 day a week service at Room to Bloom group therapy, which was an addendum on her IFSP. For 6 months, she did not get any in-home services. She spoke 2 words when she was evaluated. She said, "Mommy and Daddy only." Fast forward to August, after her second IFSP meeting, I was able to obtain services provided. She now says 25 words. It is vital that this program receive the funding that it needs to continue, not just for my child, but for the 80 children that are waiting. They shouldn't be waiting a whole school year to get the services to get them up to speed. If a child needs services for all 5 years, the cost is roughly $25,000 for the whole term of 5 years. Fast forward to 5 to 21, you're looking at $30,000 a school year for a child for special education. It is vital. You need to fix this program and make it more efficient for families to be able to have the services they need. I appreciate you listening to me. It's also vital to explain to you that while we were waiting, I sought out free services via the York Wellness Clinic at Nazareth. I used private pay through my insurance company to get her speech therapy step by step. The cost was enormous, not just on my pocketbook, but to my older child for not being able to be with her. Thank you for listening.
Our next 3 speakers are Rob Pekalski, Katrina Wall, and Jesse Redlow.
Well, my name is Rob Bukalski, and I'm a teacher at St. John Bosco School in East Rochester. And so these faces are different from the ones I see every morning, but that's all good. And then thank you so much for all the hard work that all of you do for all the people of Monroe County every day. And I'm going to speak on in support of a resolution. I know this has been spoken about at previous sessions. We have a Reproductive Health Act that was passed, signed into law earlier this year, and it's given New York State one of the most radical abortion laws in the entire world. And it's hard to believe that most people in New York State would support something like this. Putnam County, New York, has put forward a resolution against certain provisions in the Reproductive Health Act, and we're asking the Monroe County Legislature to do the same. The Reproductive Health Act's allowance of more late-term abortion in New York State is tragic, given the findings of 21st century science, which clearly indicated an individual human life exists in utero well before birth. The Reproductive Health Act went way beyond codifying Roe versus Wade. And we need to connect this with the broader issue of respect for life. It's not just a single issue. There's a lot of violence in the world, and as a teacher, I want my students to know that we don't solve problems by violence. We see it happening in Monroe County all the time. How can we tell the young people of Monroe County not to use violence to solve their problems if we say to a young man, if you get a woman pregnant, go to an abortion center and have that child aborted? So I think we need to connect these issues, and I appreciate those in this legislature who are trying to do that. Thank you so much.
Last September, I had my daughter Rosie 3 months early. Her prematurity came as a shock to my husband and I, as was the grade 4 brain bleed she suffered during birth. Having already had a daughter, Lucy, who was 5, my husband and I were not new to parenting, but we knew nothing about having a child with special needs. Rosie will likely be diagnosed with cerebral palsy, which is a scary label. She is weak on her right side and she struggles to use her right hand. What I have learned is with all disabilities that the range is broad. With early intervention services, the severity of the disability can be greatly improved. I hang on every word our therapists tell us. I follow their advice and coaching and rejoice with them when my daughter meets even the smallest milestone. Rosie was lucky enough to land a physical therapist early on, and she is a true miracle worker. Monica has shown us how to help Rosie get stronger, showing us certain positions to put her in and exercises to do that we would have never known without her. And Amanda, her OT, helps us practice ways to help Rosie's brain create new pathways to use her right hand and arm in daily life. Because of them, we no longer feel scared and lost, but I am afraid to lose our therapists that help Rosie due to a better paying job elsewhere or increasing stress and workloads. The ongoing service coordinators who bring everyone together are overworked and overloaded, and I wish they had more resources available to help them and less caseloads so they actually knew who my daughter was and helped us advocate for her needs. We have had 3 coordinators in 9 months. Please help us advocate for the funding and attention this program needs. These kids can't wait. Their future, like my Rosie's, will be shaped by this program and the amazing people within it. Thank you for your time today.
Hi, my name is Jesse Redlow. I'm a candidate for Henrietta Town Board, as well as a proud adjunct instructor and union leader of Monroe Community College. I'm here to deliver a message that most of you should have heard, but about half this legislature doesn't want to face. MCC is in trouble and needs your help. After being presented with an 88% vote of no confidence in Dr. Kress, along with a document outlining 68 specific concerns with her leadership 1 year ago, the Board of Trustees, the majority of whom all of you appoint, have done nothing to address even one of the 68 concerns. Due to their inaction, a 91% no confidence vote was passed in the Board's leadership, and still they do nothing. In fact, half of the trustees, as well as Dr. Kress, did not even stay for the public forum portion of yesterday's trustees meeting, and that includes the trustee who's in this room today. Since the trustees will not hold the president or themselves accountable, it's your public duty to do so. MCC is a public good. that continues to serve countless Monroe County residents through dedicated teachers, staff, and support services. As an aspiring public servant myself, I'm disgusted that nothing has been done by the Republican Party of this body to address the issues at MCC. I'm calling upon the Republican Party to wake up and finally hold MCC leadership accountable. Change the board, appoint people who care about education, and show that all of you care about community colleges.
Our next three speakers are Caitlin Clementi, Kimberly Jones, and Robert Keogh.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Clementi, and I'm speaking on behalf of Early Intervention Services. I never thought when my son was born, doctors would be telling me things like, your son is in critical condition, we don't know what his quality of life will be. He may have cerebral palsy, but we don't know, we just have to wait. We brought our son home in good health, but he had suffered a brain hemorrhage and brain damage due to a lack of oxygen. I remember the morning of our early intervention evaluation very clearly. I remember thinking to myself, I hope he doesn't qualify because that means he's a normal kid. But more so, I remember thinking, I hope he does qualify so he gets the help that he desperately needs to have a chance of crawling, walking, running, and dancing through life. He qualified. Cue hero 1 of 2 entering our lives. Our occupational therapist has been with us for about a year now, and 2 minutes isn't enough to tell you how much of an impact she's had on our son's life. He's doing puzzles, stacking blocks, feeding himself with utensils, things most kids take for granted and things I wasn't sure if he would ever do. 6 months into our early intervention journey, entered hero number 2 of 2, our physical therapist. Luciano was barely sitting up when we started working with her, but now he is wildly crawling, constantly climbing, and last week he took his very first steps all by himself, something I was told he may never do. As a first-time mom to a child with disabilities, I don't know what I would do without our heroes. Most kids progress themselves and instinctively know how to do things, while Luciano has been taught. I can tell you with full confidence that without them, he wouldn't be doing these things. His neurologists and other healthcare professionals are stunned at his constant progress. I wish I had more time to tell you how impactful our heroes have been and how important they are to my family, but I will leave you with this. I am currently 9 weeks pregnant. I am terrified. Not to be a mother of 2, but to think that my second child may not have the opportunities as my first because of what is going on here. You don't understand how a few months on a waiting list can put a child back. We notice a difference if Luciano goes 1 week without therapy. So to my unborn child, I promise you, if you don't get the help that your brother needs if you need it, we will move out of Monroe County to a place that supports early intervention programming and funding if things don't change here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Jones. I'm also here to speak on behalf of Early Intervention and Parents Helping Parents. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of my son, Richard. Richie experienced a stroke at birth and was also diagnosed with a catastrophic epilepsy called infantile spasms at the age of 7 months. We were very lucky that our team at Strong was aggressive with their treatment, and my son responded to it within 2 weeks, as this form of epilepsy can actually stop brain development if it's not controlled. Richie has experienced delays in gross and fine motor skills, speech, and intellectual development. Richie was very fortunate to be born into a family who is with a mom who is a special education teacher of 17 years and a grandma who's a physical therapist with over 40 years experience, 30 of which were in a school district. Our family is acutely aware of the importance of early intervention for developmental needs during the first 5 years of life when the majority of brain development occurs. And we requested an evaluation through early intervention as soon as possible. We know that once a child reaches school age, the amount of time needed and the difficulty of developing those delayed skills increases dramatically, as does the expense to provide those services. We've been extremely fortunate that Richie was able to receive early intervention services starting at the age of 3 months and continues to receive them through preschool programming today. As a mom and a teacher, I have witnessed the cost of delaying these services for our children, both the human cost and the financial one. Our son has made as much growth as he has and has been as successful as he is through in large part from the wonderful therapists and service providers who work with him daily. Without these supports, during a time when his neuroplasticity is at its greatest potential, he would not have been able to participate in a general education preschool classroom with integrated services. I urge you to support the funding of early intervention and preschool services so none of our children have to wait for the support that they need and deserve to have the best chance to develop to their fullest potential. Thank you.
Good evening. In case some of you are not keeping score, tonight marks the 25th consecutive legislature meeting that members of the Sheriff's Office Association of Retirees have attended, and the 10th time that at least one of us has stood at this podium and spoken to you. We have appealed to your sense of decency, your sense of morality, your sense of fairness. We have implored you to keep the promises that were made in our contract. We have asked you repeatedly to simply do the right thing and restore the health care benefits that you took away from us. Sadly, you have turned your backs and have ignored our pleas. Ignored us just as you also ignored Sister Grace and the other advocates for the homeless. Ignored the CPS crisis that continues to endanger the lives of innocent little children. Ignored the early intervention providers and families who have desperately and repeatedly asked for your help. Ignored the MCC Faculty Association and their leadership concerns. Ignored virtually all of those people and organizations who have appeared before you and begged for your assistance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, some of you will be very pleased to know that this is the last time that members of SOAR will occupy this chamber. Election day is 4 weeks away. If this administration and this legislative majority retain control, then our continued presence at these meetings would simply represent an exercise in futility. If, however, the election results in a change of leadership, then we will have no need to continue coming to these monthly appearances. If that occurs, we know the dilemma of the homeless will be addressed, the CPS crisis will be resolved, the early intervention program will be properly funded, and the MCC matter will be examined. And yes, county retirees will have their health benefits restored. Most of the people wearing these red T-shirts, my brothers and sisters who put their lives on the line every day to protect the members of this community, have been lifelong Republicans, myself included. Thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, that is no longer the case.
Our next three speakers are Tina Carney, Elizabeth Laidlaw, and Joanne LaMonica.
We can start. We can start.
Just waiting till the door is closed.
Could you please close that door in the back? Thank you.
Good evening, President Carbone, esteemed legislators. My name's Elizabeth Laidlaw. I am a 25-year professor at MCC. I'm a proud union member. Most of my working life, I've been a single mom to 3 grown children now, the youngest of whom is deaf, and a recipient of early intervention, now a senior at RIT. I've been a county taxpayer for 35 years. Morally, we judge a community by the way it treats those who are most vulnerable, children and senior citizens. We have watched you approve Imagine Monroe projects that do little to address the needs of our most vulnerable. The John Street project, featured on the Imagine Monroe website, promises just 5 full-time jobs for an investment of $4.5 million. $900,000 for a single job. You could have funded 60 families' daycare for that amount of money. You will be reelected or not based on the choices you have made while you are in office. Hundreds of members of our union are working to elect legislators who imagine a Monroe where deaf toddlers have service providers. We are working to elect a legislation who imagine a Monroe where 40-year public servants, be they sheriff deputies or faculty members, have health care in retirement. We are working to imagine a Monroe where legislators would never choose to fund the construction of a swimming pool at a country club instead of fully funding daycare subsidies. The subsidies would open quality daycare slots, preventing unsupervised children from falling in grease traps. It is always a good time to make a better choice. If your campaign platform includes raising rates for early intervention, meeting contractual obligations to fund retiree health care,
You can finish. Go ahead.
I will, and increasing funding for daycare subsidies, we want to work with you. Please reach out to us. Thank you for your time.
I'm Tina Carney. I'm a mom, and I'm here to talk to you today about early intervention. My daughter Meredith is 2 years old and has a speech delay. Thanks to early intervention, we've been connected with a fantastic care coordinator who has helped us navigate the process and the paperwork. Thanks to early intervention, Meredith has connected with a phenomenal therapist who has spent 1 hour a week purposefully playing with her, while also teaching me and her siblings strategies to help her ourselves between visits. Thanks to early intervention, today, my daughter played driveway hockey with her brothers and said phrases like, "My turn, my game, I want to try." She couldn't do that last month. Instead of speaking last month, she communicated by whining, pushing, and hitting. It's incredible to hear what she wants and to hear what she thinks, thanks to early intervention. But I'm wearing this shirt today. And there's a reason for that. No thanks to early intervention. It took 6 months for Meredith to start seeing a speech therapist. No thanks to early intervention. Dozens more children like Meredith are made to wait. No thanks to early intervention. Providers have not seen an increase in pay for years. We know that the earlier we detect and correct a problem, the quicker it can be fixed and the cheaper it can be fixed in the long run. My questions tonight are, what is Monroe County doing to advocate to early intervention at the state level? What is Monroe County doing to show how essential early intervention is to our kids and our community? Let's take ownership of early intervention problem. Please, let's get to work. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Nicholas Handby, Gail Doran, and Donald Burns.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicholas Hamby, and I'm with the Rochester Youth Climate Leaders. I'm a high school senior here in Monroe County at Webster Thomas High School. Now, I'm here not just representing the Rochester Youth Climate Leaders, but people in my community, people in my school, and people that I care about. Now, while I may not be able to vote in this next upcoming election, I'll be able to vote in the next. And unless I'm wrong, Most of you guys here were elected. So I think it's important that you guys cater to the voters. An issue that I believe Monroe County has failed to address in recent years has been our environmental policy. The world we live in is changing rapidly. Harvests are failing, hurricanes are coming. Now this is all stuff that we know. But what are the effects on Monroe County, you might ask? Well, Hurricane Maria, when it hit Puerto Rico in 2017, had devastating effects. It crippled the pharmaceutical industry. This caused shortages and caused prices to rise throughout the nation and Monroe County. While our county may not be in the direct line of fire or climate change, it still does hit home. I live right on Lake Ontario, and I can see the lake shore eroding. We had a situation recently where some infrastructure was wiped out into the lake because of erosion along the lake shore. Monroe County, I believe, should lead our nation in climate action policy. And even though Monroe County isn't directly affected, I believe that by setting an example, we can push for change at the national level. I would like to show my support for the reintroduction of a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board in Monroe County. Thank you.
My name is Gail Doran. I'm a teacher of the blind and visually impaired. I've been working in early intervention for over 25 years. I want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for the financial decisions that you have to make. I couldn't make them. I wanted to explain to you the two kinds of blindness that are seen in this population. There is a structural kind of blindness where there are physical structures in the eyes that don't work. These are the this is a blindness that is identified in an eye doctor's office. There's another kind of blindness that is neurological in nature, and that is not usually identified in the doctor's office. Doctor's office looks to see how the light gets into the eyes, but they do not look to see how the eye is working functionally. The neurological blindness is often seen in preemies, drug exposure children, children that have been exposed to STDs in utero, children with seizures, children with cerebral palsy, and children with multiple handicaps. Most of these children do not get identified, even in early intervention at this point. We did not have the technology to identify this population until we had CAT scans and MRIs. We only identified the people that had physical blindness structures, damage to the physical structures to the eyes. The response that I get from children that have neurological impairments is unbelievable sometimes. Many times I'll go in and a child will not be seeing anything. They can have a kid jumping over them and they don't see them. And if you work with them and the other therapists, they respond. The stats in my field indicate that 50% of the adults or more in group homes are visually impaired and have been misdiagnosed as autistic or severely, profoundly cognitively impaired, which we used to call severely and profoundly retarded. We have the technology to help this population. It's here. We just have to identify and get the technology to these people. This would save families and society heartache and millions of dollars, trillions of dollars across the United States. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Legislature, my name is Don Burns. I'm a retired deputy sheriff. Why is he up here? Yeah, I put my brothers in blue and red today because of us losing our health care. I'm on Medicare. How can that be? I retired when I was 48 years old. I broke my neck. That's why I retired. I was forced on the Medicare. I lost my county health care. My wife had to get health care. It's strong, $600 a month. I pay $140 a month for something I'm supposed to have for free. I don't understand it. But you guys are fair people. That's why we came to work for you. 2016, half of the experienced road patrol left because they were imposed a bad contract. No one's going to want to work for us. Why? Because we can have no health care when we retire. I assumed I was getting early retirement. Okay, well, I'll get a part-time job. I'll have my health care. I pay $140 a month for this, and every time I go to the doctors, there's a $100 copay. Come on, really? I can't make any money. I'm disabled. I broke my neck. I can walk. I can't sit back there and all the bleachers kill me. I have to have my head supported when I lean back. Driving, I can do that for a little while. I can't sit and look at a computer. Sitting at the dining room table kills me because I can't look down. My neck is fused in 5 levels. I was paralyzed neck down. Why? How did I lose my health care? That was guaranteed for life. Come on. I worked 24 and a half years. Obviously, 7 years I was in rehab trying to get better. Now, on top of having this little card, I'm a functioning addict. I take morphine 3 times a day, Vicodin as much as 3 times a day, just for the pain. But I have no health care unless I pay $140 a month. Is that fair? Let's be fair. All of us have neighbors. All the neighbors know deputies. We talk to our neighbors. In my neighborhood, my neighbors say, hey, Don, who we got to vote for this year? I go, well, I like A, B, C, and D. This is why. And they vote for those people. Why? Because they trust us. We trusted you. Would it be bad if we lied to our neighbors? Told them, oh, don't vote for these people because they're bad. Vote for someone I don't know. I'm Republican. I've always voted Republican, except for when, Senator Dorley was running, of course, and Mike Green. You got to take care of the business. But come on, guys, stick to what you promised us. All right? We're here working for you. Our guys are. I'm 54. I'm on Medicare. Is that right? I thought I had my health care. At least I had that. My wife is paying $600 a month for my kids. Well, was. They're both too old now. But please, keep up what you promised. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Kristen Housel, Leah Glanville, and Ryler Jensick.
Good evening. My name is Leah Glanville. You reap what you sow. I'm sure each of you understands the principle of sowing and reaping. It applies to all of life, whether you call it karma or payment for sins. The Lord gives principles in Scripture to serve as warnings and encouragement. Galatians 6:7, do not be deceived, for God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, this he will also reap. The principle applies to everyone, both Christian and non-Christian. This principle is irrevocable. There is no escape either for the believer or non-believer. It's a law of life. In Galatians 6:7, do not be deceived, for God is not mocked. Herein lies the root cause of the careless and immoral and indulgent lifestyle of many people. They are deceived. They either do not believe the truth or they think they will somehow be an exception to God's law. The fact that we reap what we sow is good news for those who sow good habits, but a frightening thought for those who are currently involved in ungodly activities. They are deceived. They either do not believe the truth or think they will somehow be an exception to God's law. The fact that we reap what we sow is good news for those who sow good habits, but a frightening one for those currently involved in ungodly activities. Abortion of our babies is murder for convenience, and selling their parts, which has become a multi-million-dollar business, it's greed. We cannot sow disobedience by passing abortion laws and celebrating it as though it were the 4th of July and thinking this makes it all right. Look around at the absurdity. Daughters need a note from parents for permission to take Advil, but those same girls are allowed to make decisions on abortion with no one else even having a right to know or guide them. For whatever a man sows, this he will also reap. What a comforting and assuring thought to those who faithfully labor under difficult circumstances, who pass righteous and just laws for all, who go against the world system and society dictates, and against political party lines and stands for truth, honor, integrity, justice, and righteousness, for all, including the innocent unborn, who have had everything, including life, stripped from them because of the Reproductive Health Act. No matter what a man thinks or believes, God and his word are faithful, and he keeps it. God will not be mocked. Repeal the portions of the Reproductive Health Act and give life to our innocent babies and stop this evil, as Putnam County has already done. For how you vote does matter. If you were appeared before the judgment seat of Christ in the next 5 minutes, what kind of crops would each of you have sown? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Housel. I'm a speech pathologist here in Monroe County. I'm an independent provider, and I've spoken before, and tonight I'm going to speak on behalf of John. He was one of my clients, and his mom wrote a letter. Monroe County legislators, when my son John was 1.5, he was using single words, and he was echoing words when we read to him. As he got closer to 2, words he had said for months started to sound like gibberish. During this time, he grew from 33 to 43 inches, which was very significant. I was told that the brain can only do one major thing at a time, and for those 8 months, he was growing. Our pediatrician suggested early intervention because John now had a severe speech delay. He was evaluated on November 1st of 2018, and was decided that he would receive speech services for an hour twice a week, but not until January because of a lack of providers. I'm thankful every day that his speech teacher was able to fit us into her schedule, and how lucky we were to get her. By December, John's physical growth had slowed, and he started talking again. His speech teacher came every week, twice a week, no matter what, and John was rapidly improving. His CSE meeting with the school district was in February, so John could get on the list with children needing providers at that time. That's correct. We were put on a list in February for September. John's speech provider at the time agreed to keep him past his 3rd birthday because no one could fit him in. Finally, in July, we heard from the school district that an agency would be providing services in the fall. 3 weeks later, I received another email stating that the speech provider they had lined up for John had accepted a position in a school district, but another provider that already had a full case would try to fit him in. He was progressing so rapidly that he was reevaluated at the end of September. Here we are almost a year later, and John will be released from speech services in a couple weeks. This is early intervention working, and while we had to wait for services to begin, there are families that continue to be without. I am certain waiting longer would have put him further behind. Every child should have the benefit of early intervention. Providers should be compensated for their work, and more funding will allow agencies to hire more people. Every child that needs early intervention should have a provider that has a schedule that they fit in. Please ensure that this happens. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryder. I've spoken at this meeting one other time, and I could say the same thing, but it's pretty clear it didn't make a difference. So I'm going to tell you a story. Several years ago, I met a kid, and he really stood out to me. He was born 12 weeks early, which led to significant negative impacts on his health. As a baby, he was frequently sick and always miserable. He cried through every night, he didn't eat, and he barely slept. He was nonverbal and had delays in all areas of development. It didn't seem like the kid was going to have a very high-quality life. He really gave his parents a run for their money. It was evident that he wasn't a typically developing child, and eventually he was diagnosed to be on the autism spectrum. Kids on the spectrum don't pick up on the same social cues that a normal child would, and as a result, they can tend to be seen as outsiders, and he definitely was. I could tell that every time he entered a room, he would become really overwhelmed, and he would shut down almost instantly. Usually, as children grow, their worlds grow with them, but for him, it got smaller. This made his parents really scared for him. When they had him evaluated through early intervention, he qualified and received services immediately. Sadly, not everyone is that fortunate anymore. Over the years, I've watched this child grow in ways that seem impossible. No one could have looked at him as a baby and pictured how he is today. And you might be thinking why I haven't said the kid's name yet, but I have. The kid is me. I hope this can shed some light on what the early intervention services are capable of and the difference that they will make in a child's life. Because without those services you guys are really reluctant to pay for, there's no way I'd be able to stand up here and talk to all of you. Looking back to that kid, who was really scared of the world, I'm thankful that my life took a different turn thanks to early intervention services. That's all I want for the children of this community, and I hope you do too, because they deserve it. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Vale Antonone, Joanne LaMonica, and Celia Darling.
Good evening, most honorable elected officials, friends, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you regarding the need to repeal the Reproductive Health Act. Over the last several months, our group has highlighted some of the important issues and concerns for both women and children. Notably, it's the scientific technology that has caused the most significant change in how we view this debate. I sometimes hear about the debate of when life begins, and oftentimes the embryo is referred to as just a clump of tissue. But that embryo is so much more. At the moment of conception, the first egg contains all the DNA of a unique individual. The cell then quickly divides and forms rows of highly specialized cells which go on to become the different systems of the body. Our DNA, our genetic material, is formed on the first day of conception. The combination of genes from both parents is what makes us all so special. Is it any reason then that so many of us will take a DNA test to find out about our ancestry and our heritage? Now, with all this new technology and research, let's begin to enact laws that reflect this new knowledge and discovery. So, most honorable lawmakers, why not have your legacy be that you took a stand for our most vulnerable, no matter what the political cost? And as I close, I know that we will all be held accountable for our actions. In the book of Genesis, the Lord asked Cain, "What have you done?" as the voice of thy brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And how much more so the voice of over 63 million babies' blood cries out unto him as well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joanne LaMonica, and I've been here several times before to speak to you as a teacher of the deaf here in Monroe County for both early intervention and preschool services. I know you've heard countless stories from other providers who tell you their heartfelt stories of how much we love the work that we do, how important we feel our work is. We love the children we provide services to and believe so strongly in the life-changing benefits early support and services can bring to a child's life and a family's life. Why do we keep coming up here and sharing these stories with you? How did we end up here? It certainly isn't because there aren't skilled providers who want to do this vital work. I, like so many of my EI and preschool colleagues, have been forced to leave the work we so dearly love because of the poor reimbursement rates, no cost of living increases, no benefits, no mileage reimbursement, buying our own toys, our own supplies, spending hours each week doing our own billing, notes, and other paperwork, and so forth. After teaching for 10 years initially, I actually shifted my entire professional focus to devote my teaching to deaf and hard of hearing babies and preschoolers. as the county had never had a teacher of the deaf for children birth to 5. But I now make 15% less than I did in 2004. 15% less. Ask any EI or preschool provider, though, and they will tell you we don't do this job for the money. We devote our lives to this job because we love what we do, and we know it makes the most difference during a child's critical years of development. But I've also stood before you as a mom, here with my 16-year-old son with cerebral palsy, who would not be where he is today without the life-changing services he received. No one saw what was going on with him. Not an orthopedic surgeon, not a pediatrician, not a neurologist, but early intervention did. Our team was incredible and changed the trajectory of his life. Our team encouraged us to keep pushing for answers. The team of providers we had for Max over the years supported him during these critical years of development, and along the way supported my husband and I as we grieved and then became fearless advocates for our son. They taught us how to parent a child with cerebral palsy, came to appointments with us, cried with us, celebrated with us, and forever changed his life. He is now 16. You saw him, you met him. He walks, he plays soccer, he plays golf, and he now has his driver's license. And after I stood here in front of you with him, he wrote me a letter and said, "Dear Mom," he said, "You are the best person I could ever ask for to go on this journey of life struggles with. You are my co-pilot, my rock, and most of all, my mom, through everything that life throws at me, either good or bad. Things that nobody thought was possible for a kid with CP, 9 anaphylactic food allergies, and attention issues. It seems that every day, Mom, proving people wrong is your forte. And as I grow older, I start to notice all you have done for me, big or small, and appreciate more and more. I see you doing your job and how committed you are to changing people's lives for the better. I strive to be like you one day, Mom, and help people like you do. You are like my personal Rocky Balboa, always fighting for me against anyone who opposes what you know is right for me. I hope you can see that I love you more and more, day after day." Early intervention changed his life. Thank you.
Good evening, Legislature. My name is Celia Darling, and I am a senior at Webster Thomas High School. And I'm here speaking with Rochester Youth Climate Leaders. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change predicts our Earth will warm 1.5 degrees by the year 2030. This will cause more extreme heat waves, droughts, forest fires, and floods, therefore destroying homes and crops, displacing families, and creating billions of dollars worth of damage. If the Earth warms more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, over 1.7 billion people will experience severe heat waves at least once every 5 years. Sea levels will rise over 4 inches, and coral reefs will decline as much as 99%. Scientists predict this can be avoided if humans reduce carbon emissions by half. We can start solving this problem here in Monroe County through the creation of a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board. This board would advise the county on the creation of green policy that would best support our county economically and environmentally. As a resident of Webster, I am aware that my fellow community members on both sides of the aisle support green legislation as we realize a warmer earth hurts everyone. Additionally, almost 1,000 people attended the Rochester climate strike on September 27th to voice the dire need for local climate action like the reintroduction of a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board. It is an understatement to say we are disappointed that this legislation was struck down. To conclude, your children are asking you to create legislation to protect them and ensure their future is less scary. Please listen to them. Thank you very much.
Our next 3 speakers are Marissa Burke, Monica Anderson, and Brittany Jensick.
Good evening. My name is Mike O'Salomone, and I'm representing Marissa Burke. I am also a physical therapist with 43 years' experience. I am the grandfather of two special needs children, two granddaughters with special needs. So I represent also my colleagues who have worked tirelessly in the field of developmental disabilities, as well as my grandchildren. These are the words of Marissa Burke. Good evening. My name is Marissa Burke. I previously and currently am one of the parents that so desperately need and rely on the early intervention program for my daughter and currently my son, both of whom were struck with autism spectrum disorder. I could use my 2 minutes that I'm so honored and privileged to be given the opportunity in its entirety to express the crucial need for this program in so many ways that probably wouldn't matter to any of you unless you've walked this journey. So instead, I'm going to keep my part in this brief and concrete from my heart to yours. The simplicity of this crisis is as such. We need this program now and forever. Early detection and diagnosis is the key. Early intervention is imperative. The early intervention program matters. Our providers and educators and professionals who are beyond compassionate and who do what they do, never considering it a job, who become family to our families, needs this program. Our parents that are struggling to help their children losing sleep over their precious baby will ever get better need this program. Our state of New York needs this program to finally start funding what's truly important instead of throwing away taxpayers' money to help those who are undeserved. But most importantly, above all the rest, our children need this program. The nonverbal child that can't even produce their first word needs the speech therapist. The child that lacks basic cognitive skill, not knowing a shape from a color, needs that special education. The physically disabled child that cannot walk or run or simply struggles to functionally move their body needs that physical therapist. The child whose tiny brain is so badly sensory overloaded that they don't even know where they are in space needs that occupational therapist. The need is immense. The need is now. The need, unfortunately, will never not be needed. Our children are our future, and without the proper foundations and tools put in place at an early age, paving their way towards success, and then our future becomes simply useless. And frankly, we have failed them. What if it was your child that needed this program? Your niece, nephew, godchild, grandchild, or simply an innocent child in need? What would you do? What would you want? What would you fight for? What would you spend your money on? There is a need for this program. The early intervention program is needed. Please recognize this and make a change. Allow this program to stay established to save our children as it did my very own. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello again. My name is Brittany Jensick. You've heard my story more times than I can count. We're a big family, 21 kids. A few of them are here with me tonight. My son back there spoke a few speakers ago pretty eloquently about the personal experience he's had with early intervention and where it's brought him. We have been working with early intervention consistently for almost 17 years. The program has changed pretty drastically over that time. It helped my family, my children, but also my family in unimaginable ways, from overcoming delays to literally saving my son's life. This issue is about the kids and their families, and it's deeply personal to me. But tonight I'm here to share a story written by another parent who couldn't be here because, honestly, she and her husband are drowning. They're drowning in the challenges their child's facing. They're on the wait list. They're overwhelmed. They're grieving for their child. They're lost, and they're desperate for support. Their child was born healthy but started showing issues pretty early on. He wasn't gaining weight. There wasn't any time to work on the skills with their son, much less play with him, because they were spending their days trying to get calories into him. His motor skills were delayed. He wasn't babbling. They sought out the advice of their pediatrician that recommended they call early intervention and get an eval, but also warned them that there was a long wait list. They pursued that. He had an eval. He was deemed eligible for services, but was in fact put on that wait list. They have waited months for service. When I asked them how they felt about that, they said they were heartbroken for their son, but had no idea what to do about it. When I told them early intervention was a federally mandated program and their son was legally entitled to these services, they were shocked but empowered. It was at that point that I realized families need to know what they can do. This sea of pink shirts out there, these are parents, providers, friends, people who care about our kids and realize we need to make changes to the early intervention system. I will do my best to empower every family in this county because I know the difference these early intervention services make. This family shared a personal story with me, but unfortunately, I've heard that story over and over again from other parents. As I said earlier, this issue is very important to me, and as you can see, it's important to your community as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't all be here tonight. Stop telling these families that your hands are tied and that this is a state problem. We're asking for rate increases, we're asking for more service coordinators, and we're asking for you to advocate with us at the state level. You are our elected officials, and if you can't represent the voices of the most vulnerable people in this community, you should not be in office.
Good job.
Our next three speakers are Marla Parsons, Jamie Edwards, and Lily Hunt.
I don't like the fact that this issue of abortion has become political because I don't feel it should be. It should be a moral issue, and it is a moral issue. But since others have spoken politically critical this evening, here I go. Earlier this year, the Democrats in New York State Assembly and Senate passed an abortion expansion bill titled the Reproductive Health Act, which Governor Cuomo swiftly signed into law without any public debate. What some of you in the back of the room may not know is that this new law expands legalized abortions in New York State past 24 weeks, permits late-term abortion at any time throughout the pregnancy up to the moment of birth to protect the patient's health, a term which is vague and undefined in the law, allows any healthcare practitioner, including physician assistants and even midwives, to be able to perform abortions, repeals a section of New York's public health law that required certain abortions to be done in a hospital with a second physician on hand to assist a child which survives an abortion, removes abortion-related crimes from the penal code. That means no more double homicide for the loss of the baby. This is my 5th month in asking you, the Monroe County Legislature, to repeal these portions of the Reproductive Health Act, as Putnam County has already done. I have high hopes that this current legislature will do the right thing and repeal the RHA in the near future. I want to be clear to everyone sitting in the back of this room, to all of you law-abiding taxpayers who vote. If this current legislature does indeed repeal the Reproductive Health Act, I presume that it will be without any support from our Democratic legislatures, as not one single Democrat in this room has approached our group to thank us for our efforts or offer his or support for our cause. Not one. Let me also remind you that it was the Democrats in our New York State, the government, the Assembly, the Senate, the governor, who pushed through this ungodly law against our unborn children. Governor Cuomo wants to make New York State the abortion state. Well, whatever happened to being the Empire State? Remember that come Election Day on Tuesday, November 5th. Every single district in this legislature is up for election, as well as the Monroe County Executive. If you support our efforts to protect children in the womb, cast your vote for those who will stand up to Albany and our governor. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lily Hunt. When someone has a heart attack, you must care for them immediately or they will die. You cannot wait a week, come back, get an AED, start CPR, and expect them to still be alive. They are now a corpse. Instead, you must call 911, get an AED, and start CPR as quickly as you can to save their life. But what if I told you that our county is leaving a heart attack victim alone for years, expecting them to still be alive when we get back? That for the short-term effect of spending less money, we are sacrificing billions of dollars that we'll have to pay later. That we are procrastinating saving ourselves from economic doom. Climate change is that economic doom, that person with the heart attack. If the temperature of our Earth increases by just 4.5 degrees Celsius, the effect on the economy will cost the U.S. $520 billion each year. This would also cause the GDP to drop by 30%. And yes, that's worse than the Great Depression. And even if we can keep the temperature increase down to 2.5 degrees Celsius, the cost would still be $224 billion each year. Climate change also intensifies natural disasters, causing them to be significantly more frequent and more dangerous. These climate disasters have cost North America $415 billion just in the last 3 years. Climate change also threatens 1.2 billion jobs. Presently, the U.S. has refused to cut down our emissions by more than 4% by 2020. This is nothing. We contribute a third of the total greenhouse gases emitted in the world since 1850. Some of that will remain in our atmosphere for over 10,000 years. But we can be better than that, and you can be better than that. Monroe County, as a future voter, I plead for you to act, for you to save that heart attack victim, for our resolution to be reintroduced, for you to make a climate action plan and a climate action board so that I can have a future that is not worse than the Great Depression. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jamie Edwards. I'm a pediatric speech-language pathologist. Tonight I was going to read a parent statement from another parent. However, I decided to talk about my own personal story as a parent of a child who needed preschool special education services. So I did provide the clerk with a copy of that parent statement that I was going to read. I have 2 children, ages 7 and 8. When my 8-year-old son Milo was 2.5, he was able to talk and form sentences, but he was still drooling, not producing speech sounds as expected. Despite my best effort, I was making little progress with him at home. Just to give you a better idea, Stokey Farm was Dodiyam, and Santa Claus was Yantada. He also could not jump despite me putting him in a Mommy and Me gymnastics class that he had been attending for over a year. He was sensitive to most food textures and tastes and refused to eat anything other than pancakes and waffles, to the point where he would refuse to participate in birthday parties because of the pizza and the cake. As he approached 3, I got him evaluated through the preschool special education program, and he began receiving speech, occupational therapy, and physical therapy right around his 3rd birthday. I also took him to Kirsch, and at that time he was diagnosed with motor coordination disorder and hypotonia, which is low tone. The doctor at Kirsch told him, he may not be the CEO of a company, but he will be the life of a party. Milo had an IEP through kindergarten, but has not had one in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. He still has challenges with low tone, clumsiness, and not being able to participate in most sports that require a lot of coordination like soccer and ice hockey, but he loves playing the piano and he's learning tennis. He's in the 3rd grade now, and he's at 5th grade reading and math level. With intensive intervention, parent coaching and training from his therapist, and hands-on parenting from me, Milo is thriving in ways he may not have been able to do so. Today, I'm happy to report that although Milo may still be the life of the party, he also now has the potential to be a CEO. Early intervention and preschool special education services, as you know, are in crisis. I'm asking that you continue to be a voice at the state level. We know that this is a state level issue. We need you to bring together parents and advocates and help be a voice to bring this issue to the state. I'm also asking to do what you can for early intervention. There are things that you can do. Hire new service coordinators as they're drowning in paperwork. Don't have the time to process the paperwork. Notify providers of meetings and communicate with families regarding program updates. And I know that from my job as a pediatric speech-language pathologist. Thank you for your time.
Our next three speakers are Michelle Sterle-Sicorsi, Elizabeth McGregor, and Kelly Bruncini.
I want to just thank the clerk and the honorable members of the Monroe County Legislature for this opportunity to speak. I am an attorney with an advanced law degree from Pepperdine University, and I'm currently the executive director of Feminists Choosing Life of New York. We are a statewide human rights coalition promoting pro-life feminism. FCLNY urges the Monroe County Legislature to enact a resolution seeking to repeal the RHA, or the Reproductive Health Act. The RHA disempowers women, it jeopardizes women's lives and health, re-victimizes victims of domestic violence and sex trafficking, and dehumanizes viable children. The RHA overreached by enacting a broad health exception for third trimester abortions, and by doing so, allows for the destruction of fully viable, healthy humans in utero. Broad health exceptions, which an earlier speaker alluded to, permit the destruction of viable, healthy fetuses for reasons unrelated to a pregnant woman's life or physical health, reasons including age, economic, or familial health, which I'm sure you may be well aware of. The RHA overreached by repealing New York Public Health Law 4164, which protected the lives of children born alive during abortions. Children, in fact, survive attempted abortions. Live births are sometimes the result of abortion. The RHA endangers women's lives. The RHA allows non-physicians, as I'm sure most of you are well aware, to perform surgical third trimester abortions and in facilities other than hospitals. We know that data reveals that late-term abortion potentially jeopardizes women's lives. According to numerous studies, the risk of death for women obtaining legally induced abortions increases exponentially by 38% for each additional week of gestation, and that the relative risk of abortion-related mortality was 76.6 at or after 21 weeks. We also know that the RHA repealed any abortion-related references from the criminal code. And this blanket removal deprives victims of domestic violence and sex trafficking prosecutorial tools for holding abusers accountable for the violent or coerced death of wanted children in utero. And lastly, studies show that domestic violence escalates, as I'm sure most of you are well aware, in pregnancy, with significant consequences for women and their unborn children, including death. Studies also show that victims of domestic violence and sex trafficking undergo coerced abortions. So we would encourage this legislature to seek the repeal of the RHA. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Liz McGregor. I've spoken many times before, but I'm here tonight on behalf of Carrie. She's a former special educator in early intervention. She states, I began working in early intervention after spending over 10 years in the Rochester City School District as a special education teacher. After a few months in early intervention, I felt as though I finally found my true calling. It was doing something I loved. I was helping children and making connections with families, sometimes helping families come to terms with difficult moments, such as an autism diagnosis, but also sharing so many wonderful accomplishments that their children worked incredibly hard for. I loved my job as an early intervention special educator. I knew I was doing work that mattered. I knew I was helping children, and I knew I was working with a team of professionals who were equally passionate about the work we were doing. After approximately 6 years in early intervention, I finally began to admit to myself that my job had become one that was no longer sustainable for me. I was working what should have been the equivalent of 4 full days weekly, but in reality, it was so much more than that. In addition to the 20-plus hours a week that I was seeing children, I was also spending easily 10 to 15 hours a week doing paperwork at home, along with nearly as much time driving to the homes of my children. In other words, I was making less than $20 an hour as a professional with a master's degree and years of experience. Not to mention the additional 15,000 miles on my car yearly due to driving all over the county. And in case you were wondering, there is no reimbursement for mileage. As a mother of 3, this was just no longer sustainable. After several months of feeling both guilty and heartbroken about the idea of leaving EI, I knew that simply I had to make a change. It was difficult to tell not only my coworkers, but especially my families, that I was leaving EI. But the overwhelming response that I received from everyone was, I understand why you're leaving. You need to do what is best for you and your family. Providers who work in early intervention are giving up the following when compared to their peers in public education. They're giving up $10,000 to $15,000 a year plus annual raises, affordable health care, paid time to complete paperwork and write reports, numerous other union benefits. Despite this, there are still those teachers willing to give this up, just as I did for several years, because they recognize the importance of what they are doing. Carrie states, this concerns me, however, that more and more people in the field will reach their own points of non-sustainability. I know that the wait lists are continuing to grow. I know there are no special educators left at the agency where I worked. I fear that without increases to the reimbursement rates for providers, the entire early intervention system in Monroe County will no longer be sustainable. Kids can't wait, and we should all be ashamed of any financial decisions that force them to do so. If you did not know about the crisis in early intervention in preschool a year ago, you do now. We have to find a way to work together to save these programs. We need you to fight for these children. Work with NYSEC and be our voice with the state. Be the voice of our children. Continue to make this a top priority in this county. We're all aware the election is coming. This is not political for any of us, but we are going to be voting for those who are supporting our children. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kelly Vincent Bernasini. I'm a board member of Feminists Choosing Life of New York. Sometimes, as human beings, we get lost. We can forget what or who really matter. On January 22nd, 2019, the Reproductive Health Act was passed into law, while the victors hugged and cheered. Others present knew it to be the darkest of days. That evening, the spire of One World Trade Center shone pink to, in the words of our governor, celebrate this achievement and shine a bright light forward for the rest of the nation to follow. One World Trade Center, glowing Planned Parenthood pink, to celebrate the deliberate taking of an unborn life? How ironic. As we all sadly remember, on September 11th, 2001, the World Trade Center fell during a terrorist attack that took nearly 3,000 lives. But did you know that among the victims' names inscribed at the National September 11 Memorial and Museum are 11 unborn children? These unborn children are acknowledged alongside the names of their mothers. 10 years after the attack, the memorial president, Joe Daniels, said, "Acknowledging the unborn underscores how deeply the attacks devastated families and their futures." The Reproductive Health Act is nothing to celebrate and should, in fact, be repealed. The law is an example of a state failing to address the root causes that drive women to abortion. The lives lost to abortion in New York are important and matter as much as the lives of the unborn children lost at 9/11. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Janet Rosenberg, Helen Frank, and Danielle Salamone.
Good evening. My name is Janet Rosenberg. I'm a physical therapist in early intervention, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Lindsay Bloom, a parent in early intervention. Lindsay says, "I grew up in Western New York. I've been aware of the excellent medical care in the state, especially for children, since I was a child. So when my husband and I planned to move from Charleston, South Carolina, to Rochester so we could be closer to family who could help with our disabled 2-year-old, I kept saying, I'm not worried. New York had a reputation of being a leader in education, medicine, and childhood advocacy. I wasn't worried. We found out at our 19-week ultrasound that we had lost one of our identical twins. To make matters worse, our surviving twin suffered brain damage from the incident and was born with cerebral palsy and epilepsy. I was worried about the care we'd get in South Carolina, but I was pleasantly and with much relief surprised at how thorough all of our doctors were. We began getting early intervention set up before he was born, and by 3 months old, we were seeing a service coordinator once a week, every week, for an hour. By 6 months, we had all of his therapies set up, and our service coordinator went above and beyond to make sure we had things we needed: clothes, bibs, a toddler bed when the time came. She set up quarterly meetings with all of our therapists to get everyone together at the same time to review our IFSP and make sure we were all on the same page, and would constantly check in with us throughout the week. She had 30 cases and said that was a heavy load. When we decided we needed help, I wasn't worried. We were getting fantastic care in South Carolina. We'd absolutely get the same or better care in New York. But when we called ahead of time to find out what to do, we were basically told nothing could be done until we were at least already physically on our way to New York. When we got here, it took a couple of weeks to get a service coordinator. We met her a couple of times, once for intake and once when she was transitioning us to a permanent coordinator. We never met our permanent coordinator until our CPSE meeting. Getting our permanent coordinator on the phone was difficult, nay, impossible, and we did basically all the legwork once our therapists were assigned. Anytime we needed information, we just asked our therapist or social worker who we could get in contact with for this or that, because we knew getting our service coordinator would be impossible. We heard that our service coordinator had over 200 cases alone. Even if she worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there's no possible way one single person can provide the level of attention each of those cases require. How could we expect a phone call back or risk the chances of falling through the cracks because 150 other cases were stacked on top? Each of those kids deserves the attention, but there's not enough man-hours to provide it. So with our child turning 3 in December, we were now starting to worry. He turned 3 in the middle of the school year and would age out of EI. If we didn't transition early, he may go months without services. We had heard how long children have to wait to get services and how fast therapists and service providers and coordinators are leaving. We'd been without services for a little over a month when we moved. We didn't want to chance a longer time frame and a bigger setback. We made phone calls, we set up meetings, we got transitioned. We were lucky. But we were also shocked. South Carolina, a red state with far less attention to health care, had better resources, funding, and organization than New York State. Without EI services, we wouldn't have had any way of navigating our new normal. Without EI services, our son wouldn't be where he is today. When I left New York in 2011, I had no intentions of coming back. Circumstances change, and even though I wasn't excited about returning to Snow, I wasn't worried because I thought New York would have my back. And that's how it should be. Parents shouldn't have to worry their child isn't getting the services they need to thrive. Parents shouldn't have to try to make sense of a complicated system on their own when they've already got endless appointments and sessions and daily household management items to worry about. And these children shouldn't have to suffer at the hands of the state that has seemingly forgotten about them. I wasn't worried, but I should have been. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Helen Frank, and I am here with RYCL. I'm a junior at Brighton High School, and my peers and I are terrified for our futures. We are already beginning to see the effects of climate change, and if we don't take adequate action now, my generation and future generations will suffer catastrophic climate devastation. We are running out of time to make effective change. According to NASA, current levels of atmospheric CO2 are at 212 parts per million. At 225 parts per million, we will reach a tipping point, triggering feedback loops and even more uncontrollable warming. We need to implement effective policies now, ASAP, if we want to have any hope of a viable future. September 20th to 27th was the week of global climate strikes, led by youth activists, environmental organizations, and indigenous communities. 7 million people from more than 170 countries striked for the climate. This includes the 1,000 people who participated in the strike in front of Rochester City Hall on the 27th. People in Rochester and in Monroe County want effective climate action, and they want it now. This is why we as youth, as the inheritors of this planet, are urging our local governments to take action. We are asking the Monroe County Legislature to reintroduce a Climate Action Advisory Board and establish a climate action plan. Thank you to everyone who has already expressed support of this legislation. Those who have not, I am begging you to reconsider. And when you do, think of my future. Think of our futures. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danielle Salamone. I'm a parent of 2 children with special needs, and I have been up here before speaking in front of you all. I actually brought my daughter Evie last month. I don't know if you remember us. Tonight I am reading on behalf of a provider and a parent. Her name is Carrie Lynn Berntino. She says, I am an educator and a parent who was fortunate enough to benefit from the EI system before waiting lists and lack of providers. As an educator, data is important when planning for students for a successful plan. I am sure that data is important in making decisions in government as well. So look up the data yourselves or take my word for it. Every piece of educational data you will ever lay eyes on states and implores that the earlier you intervene, the better the outcome will be. It is as black as white as you can get with data. As a parent, I believed in and needed the early intervention system so desperately to give my son the strongest start that I resigned from my senior position and tenured spot in one of the top districts in the state in order to learn and carry out the skills they taught me for my son. He deserved that dedication, and so do the other children of the county. My child is out of the EI system, but I believe that every family legally deserves the same access to early intervention services as we received. Sitting on a waiting list for life-changing services is not what families should have to worry about when raising a child. Just recently, I saw an ad that says, I get it done. I was so disheartened because, as we all know, this is not done. In actuality, the only thing that has been done is that the public has been deceived into thinking that the early intervention system has been fixed. However, all of us who are following know the system is even worse than it was before. Families and the most valuable population in Monroe County are being let down. Futures of innocent children and families are being put into jeopardy because of the lack of attention needed to fix this system. The children are our future community members. Please do the right thing. Please save the children by truly investing in a failing system. I can promise you, you will never regret your investment in the future of innocent children. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Michael Salamone, Liam Smith, and Michelle Schilling.
Good evening, legislators. I know public comments have been going on for about 2 hours now, but I encourage you to listen carefully because what I have to say is very important. As a high school student, I am concerned about climate change, quite frankly, because I am concerned about my future. As the global average temperature increases over time, the issues associated with climate change increase in severity. It will take time for our climate to heat up. So much time that you all will not be alive to witness the worst effects of climate change. However, my generation and future generations will be alive. We will endure the effects of a chaotic and rapidly changing climate. We will be subject to drought, famine, increasingly severe storms and wildfires, worse air pollution, increased prevalence of insect-borne diseases, coastal flooding, climate refugee crises, potentially even wars over dwindling resources, and much, much more. To solve climate change quickly, completely, and equitably, we will definitely need a massive federal mobilization of our economy and international climate agreements. But we will also need a local movement to provide the resources, education, and leadership to implement effective climate solutions rapidly in our community. That is why it is so critical that Monroe County create a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board. We know that we need to address this problem locally in the most effective and cost-efficient way, and that's exactly what a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board would do. The board would be tasked with researching the climate policy needed to adequately address climate change locally, and would be mandated to report back on its findings 6 months after its formation. I want to thank Legislator Wilcox for writing legislation and submitting it for consideration of President Carbone. In the midst of knowing that my generation could face the worst climatic catastrophe ever known to man, it is comforting to see a leader who cares not only for his voters, but also for those who cannot vote for him yet. It should be noted that Mr. Wilcox's advisory board would not commit the county to really doing anything, because the county legislature would still have to approve or deny the committee's recommendations. Additionally, it would cost the county $0 to establish this advisory board. This board is a win-win first step with literally zero risk, and there's no real reason to oppose it. So imagine how I felt when I heard that President Carbone and the Republican leadership rejected our proposal earlier today. I'm appalled by the petty partisan politics and absolute neglect of my future in this legislature. And I hope that you will all change. Let's reintroduce this resolution. Let's let it actually go to committee, and let's take a vote on it. You were elected to represent the needs of the people. You were elected to vote on real issues. Climate change is one of those issues. At least give it a vote. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Schilling, and this is my daughter, Ella. And I was asked, to be here, and I've spoken a couple of times. personally today to read on behalf of an OT that worked for early intervention services. And the reason I'm here with a 9-year-old child right now at this hour is because the woman that asked me was her PT in 2010, and I would do anything that she asked me to do. Have you ever had someone in your life that meant so much and did so much for you that you would do anything they asked to do? That is what our PT did for us. And to know that the team of them right now are struggling hurts my heart, because we are no longer in early intervention services. She is a student in the public system education, and the only reason I am here is to fight for children like her. So next up, I'm going to read the letter from the OT. Her name is Jody Muscat. She says, I worked as an OT in early intervention for several years and loved every second of it. There's something special about being able to provide therapy in a child's natural environment. Being able to interact and teach families and caregivers how to practice and carry over treatments, techniques is not only invaluable, but significantly impacts the long-term success. Unfortunately, due to the inadequate pay and lack of health care, I was no longer able to work in early intervention, and I was unable to provide services to children who desperately needed them. Instead of being able to provide OT to children at a critical age through early intervention, I had to find a job where health care was offered for my family. I needed to make more money in order to provide for myself, my husband, and our children. It is a true legacy, and I was unable to continue working with these kids who so desperately need my help. Instead of working towards goals that will provide them with necessary skills to function and learn, they remain waiting and losing ground and opportunities to live to their potential. And that's what Jody had to say. I wanted to briefly piggyback in terms of what she says in terms of their long-term success. I do believe, going back to what our PT gave us in those times, it has saved us in terms of what she needs now financially down the line. She taught us, coming to our home once a week, ways to get our daughter up safely for myself so I wouldn't be injured. Again, saving money in the healthcare down the line. She taught us appropriate ways to help her up the stairs, appropriate ways for her to function in our home so that she was a member of our community with my other 2 boys. Taught my boys how to care for their sister so that she was helpful. So in the long term, I do believe that what you can do prior and in early intervention is of utmost importance.
Our next 3 speakers are Radesh Singh, Renee Michael, and Carol Crossed.
Hello all. My name is Radesh Singh, and I am a senior at Brighton High School and a member of the Rochester Youth Climate Leaders. My peers and I from schools across Monroe County have been requesting for the past 6 months that this body create a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board. This group would consist of various experts drawn from the local Rochester community from both the public and private sectors. They would then be tasked with advising this body to draft a climate action plan of its own that would commit the county to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Although this proposal would cost the county absolutely nothing, we learned just today that the majority leadership rejected it over a minor technicality. To say we are disappointed would be an understatement. No, we are absolutely disgusted. We are in the midst of a climate crisis. Hundreds of species are on the brink of extinction. Entire ecosystems are at risk of complete destruction, and millions of people across the world are suffering from higher temperatures, droughts, and famines. We in the Rochester area are already feeling the effects of this crisis, with rising water levels on Lake Ontario, more heat waves, and one of the hottest summers ever recorded in local history just this past year. So yes, we are disgusted when over 3,000 county residents' voices who have signed our petition are silenced due to petty partisan politics. We are disgusted when this body ignores the recommendations of other governmental entities, including your largest constituency, the City of Rochester, which just endorsed our proposal 2 weeks ago. We are disgusted when the future of our generation, your children's generation, is pushed to the side. Therefore, we are here again, and will keep returning here until this piece of legislation is passed. For the time to act is now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Michael, and I'm speaking on behalf of Early Intervention. I'm a former daycare director as well as elementary school teacher. Most importantly, I'm a mom of 3 boys who all received early intervention services, each of them initially receiving speech, and each of them also subsequently receiving other services. As the teacher in me can speak to the point that as a teacher of primary grades, I was happy when I saw early intervention services had been provided because I knew kids had something in their toolbox. They had something in their back pocket, maybe we didn't see it yet, but once they were ready for a skill, they'd have those tools to use. Tonight I'm going to speak about my own son, though, who is 8 years old. His name is Evan. Evan does not have a specific diagnosis. He has hypotonia. He has a global developmental delay. He has an expressive and receptive language disorder, but nothing that ties it all together. So we started early intervention services, luckily back before there were the wait lists that there are now, prior to his 2nd birthday. Within about 6 months, we were referred to OT, which ended up being a much bigger issue because he had huge sensory needs that I honestly never saw. He went to a preschool program in Webster that was for children who were gen ed as well as special needs. Going into his 2nd year of preschool, we thought about Mary Cariola because we were not confident, because he was still nonverbal, that he would make it in the public school system. All of a sudden, he had those tools and speech clicked right before kindergarten. I kind of thought that he would maybe make it into an 811, and instead our CPSE chair suggested 1211, which kind of threw me over the edge. But he went into the program, and he's been doing amazing ever since. I have to believe, though, I mean, yes, I'm a teacher, but I'm not trained in speech. I'm not trained in OT. I'm not trained in music therapy, which has really been his thing. I wouldn't have been able to help him. So I think, what if he were on a wait list now? Would he have developed his speech in time for kindergarten? Probably not. Where would his speech have even been? Would he have been able to go to his home school, or would we be paying more? And by we, I don't mean me, paying more for him to go someplace like Mary Cariola. Would he relate with his peers if he did go to a regular school? Probably not. So instead, he's a thriving third grade student who's in a 1211, learning division and multiplication facts. And just a little proud mom moment today, he was officially disqualified from Medicaid disability because he has thrived over the past 4 years. And there's no doubt in my mind, without early intervention, that never would have happened. So I'd just like to say in closing that without his incredible team of early intervention providers, OT, PT, speech, music therapy, he would not be where he is today, and every other child like him deserves the chance that he had. Thank you.
Hello, I am Carol Crossett. I'm Feminists Choosing Lives of New York's president. I just wanted to thank you for your indulgence. It's getting so late. I am a women's history educator, and of course there's no better time than this year, which is the Women's Suffrage Centennial, to have just a very short history lesson about your hero and mine in this county, and that is Susan B. Anthony. Susan B. Anthony of course, had a newspaper, The Revolution. And in The Revolution, she was very adamant about two policies only. Those two policies were that she opposed standing armies. The second, she opposed abortion. In her newspaper, there are over 100 citations directly and indirectly that condemn the practice of abortion. And this is the #1 women's rights advocate. In her newspaper alone, the editors were not correct in their speech. They were not politically correct. They called abortion a crime against women, a crime against humanity. They understood that abortion exploited women, and they were vocal about it. And so I ask that in this year of the Women's Centennial, that you keep in mind that abortion exploits women. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are John Keever, Don Campbell-Silly, and Glynis Jones.
My name is John Keevert. I am chair of the Environmental Justice Ministry at First Unitarian Church. I was part of the group that supported the Rochester Youth Climate Leaders organizing for the Rochester Climate Strike on September 27th. I was impressed by the competence and commitment that the young people have around this issue. They have realized things that many adults haven't caught on to yet. We should act like our house is on fire, because it is. July was the hottest month on record for the planet. Anchorage, Alaska hit a record 90 degrees this summer. Yes, in our backyards, climate change mostly means flowers bloom a few weeks earlier. But elsewhere in the U.S., the effects of climate change are much more drastic and damaging. A whole town in California was wiped out by fire this summer. On the flip side, Houston, Texas is now repeatedly flooded by unusual downpours. Closer to home, the unprecedented rainfall in the Great Lakes Basin has driven lakefront property flooding. These are effects of global warming. More and more people do get it. With scant publicity, we got hundreds of people giving up their Friday afternoon on the 27th and marching with the climate strike. Although unintentional, we know that many aspects of our lifestyle contribute significantly to global warming. When we accept that our actions drive global warming and that some people are already suffering, we feel an impetus to do something. While individual actions are important, larger things like transportation systems or energy supply are the providence of government. I am here to beg you to take the steps necessary to enact a climate action plan for Monroe County so that we can move in an organized manner to deal with the crisis we are in. Don't wait. It will only be more expensive the longer we delay. Otherwise, our house will burn down. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Glynis Jones. I'm a physical therapist with the Early Intervention Program. I'm here tonight to share a letter from a family who couldn't be here. As you can imagine, having children, especially with special needs, makes it hard to come and advocate. As a provider, we have the unique opportunity to go into homes across Monroe County, and we hear people's concerns. And as our elected officials, we want you to know that this is a quality of life issue. This is about wanting to live in Monroe County and settle down roots. But
buy homes and invest in our economy. So when you're thinking about this as a child issue, also think about it as a quality of life and how we want our community to be viewed. So this is from one of the families that couldn't be here tonight. 2 of my children have benefited tremendously from the early intervention services in Monroe County. My middle child was born with special needs and began receiving EI services as a baby in 2016. He gained so many new skills, and when he transitioned to preschool this fall, we decided to go with a private preschool instead of transitioning to a self-contained special education classroom. With the added support of his special education teacher, his OT, and speech therapist, he has been happy and successful in his general education classroom. In fact, his classroom teacher recently noted that she can't believe how well he's doing, despite his diagnoses and medical history. Without the intensive therapy he received as an infant and toddler, I know he would not be starting his schooling in a special education classroom. In 2018, I had my youngest son. One of my toddler's EI therapists noticed some delays she was observing in my newborn baby. She encouraged me to talk to our pediatrician, and we were referred to the early intervention program. Already having a child in the system, I felt overwhelmed to have another child requiring services. This was the time that EI was making the news for the long wait list and temporary freezing and adding new children to EI. I took my newborn to Golisano Children's Hospital, who recommended the referral. We felt extremely grateful that my son was able to get services and take on the new service coordinator that had already been working with my previous son. Over the past 3 years of having children in EI, we have worked with dozens of providers. Unfortunately, many leave the field due to low pay and overwhelming caseloads. Each time my son had a new provider, he would show regression in his skills as he adjusted to his new teachers. He also felt a sense of loss when his favorite teachers would leave EI, and he would frequently ask for them. Even in preschool, he is currently on a wait list for one specialty services. We have been on a long journey with my medically complex son, and he would not be where he is today without the support of early intervention. It is my sincere hope and prayer that legislators and county executives can come up with a solution to enhance the broader early intervention services in this county. Not only does EI benefit babies and toddlers, it offers a lifetime of benefits for these children. Early intervention opens doors that would normally not be open for kids with all kinds of diagnoses and puts them on a path to success. Sincerely, a mother in Monroe County. Thank you.
Hi. First thing I'd like to do is recognize the deputies that are here protecting everyone tonight. Nobody ever does, and I appreciate it because if somebody came in here, I wouldn't be afraid they would give their life for any one of you guys. So thank you. I'm one of those old retired deputies. I appreciate being here tonight, and I just want to tell you a little story. Back in the 90s, during the winter, a gentleman went to a home on the east side of Monroe County. His ex-wife's husband answered the door. He shot him dead right in the doorway. He then drove to Wayne County and took his ex-mother-in-law hostage and was going to kneecap her. He was going to shoot her in both knees to torture her before he killed her. Monroe County SWAT team responded to Wayne County. At that time, Wayne County only had 5 deputies, so we responded because the initial call happened in Monroe County. We were sworn in by the undersheriff, and my post was in a snow-covered ditch right in front of the house, right across from the window from here to that back wall, where he sat on a couch with this lady. I was there for 7 hours in a snow-covered ditch. The other deputy, the Wayne County deputy assigned with me, got cold. I told her to go back to the command post. I stayed there. He eventually gave up, but with temperatures hovering around 5 degrees, I got frostbite in both feet. first and second degree frostbite, which I still suffer with today with neuropathy. I just turned 65. I'm on Medicare, and the county is not taking care of us like they promised. When I was laying in that ditch, I thought about a lot of things. A lot of stuff goes through your mind when you're laying there overnight and it's 5 degrees. And one of the things I thought, well, Monroe County would take care of us, but they didn't. My name is Don Cambisi. I spent 27 years in the sheriff's office and 33 years total in state and federal law enforcement. So think about that, and I want to leave you with a quote. I'm going to paraphrase it. We wear in death the change that we forge in life, and that's Jacob Marley. So please, get rid of this link in your chain while you still can, and keep your promise to the deputies of Monroe County that you made. Maybe not you folks, but the previous folks. So thank you very much.
Our next three speakers are Ellen Mancuso, Tracy Taylor, and Joshua Evans.
Good evening, everyone. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. These stories are profoundly sad tonight that we hear about these early intervention services, and I do hope that the county is able to find something to do about it. Yesterday, we had an MCC board meeting where the VP of Administrative Services reveled in the fact that he had saved money on the backs of the retirees. There were 3 board members absent. At MCC, the public forum, the speaking part comes at the end of the meeting, and there were 6 speakers signed up to talk. Before they had their chance, 2 board members and President Kress left. There is no respect for the workers at MCC or for the sheriffs who are here today. It is sad commentary about our leaders today. I am going to read an excerpt that was read last night by one of my colleagues to the board members at MCC. It is an excerpt from a responsive reading titled "To Begin Again" by Abraham J. Karp. What is the difference between good and evil person? There is sometimes goodness, even in the worst. And is there a person who has not sinned? So what makes one person good and another evil? An evil person refuses to change, doing wrong, knowing it, and yet persisting in evil ways. It is profoundly immoral and malicious, the decisions that you have made about the early intervention services and about the sheriffs. It is unconscionable that you ignore the problems at MCC. This is the face of the Republican Party, allowing children to suffer, ignoring problems, and taking away health care. It's a sad state. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I am really excited. Tonight, I've hit a milestone. This is my 2-year anniversary. It's been 2 years that I've been coming before you to speak, usually in the capacity of a pediatric occupational therapist and supervisor with 26.5 years of experience. But tonight I'm going to speak before you as a parent and talk about the celebrations that I have as a parent with my own 2 children. So I have 2 wonderful boys. They are 19 and a half and 12 and a half. And when my 19-year-old was small, we knew that he had delays in development. And he went through the early intervention program and was diagnosed with autism. And knowing what I know, doing what I do day in and day out, I knew this was not going to be like some of the stories you've heard where there's going to be sort of a great resolution where he would not need services any longer. But what I'm here to celebrate is the fact that he's 19, has finished high school, has his learner's permit, so that's fair warning for everybody out there, and he is attending U of R doing a college program. And hopefully we'll be doing a project search transition program next year for job training. And he's going to be a productive member of our society, live on his own. He is going to be a celebration. My younger son, who is equally a celebration, is 12 and a half, and he received early intervention and preschool services because he was having difficulty speaking. He had apraxia, which is a motor planning deficit. And I'm proud to stand before you to tell you that he is 12 and a half, lost his IEP when he was in 5th grade, and he is an A student, and he is not going to need services any longer in any of the systems. And that's what we all hope for as providers when we work with these families. The celebration tonight, I know this has been a long night for you. I am personally starving. I went from work to work out at the YMCA and straight to here, and my stomach is growling. So thank you very much for your attention. All the people who came before you tonight in pink, that is a celebration. That is a celebration of our democracy and of people coming together. You should be proud of that. I know it's a long night for all of you. What I would continue to ask you for is for your support. We need each and every one of you. We need your energy. We need your support, your backing with NISAC, and we need your help at the state level. We can't do it alone. We need people that have connections that we don't have that can help us get those connections to speak in front of media and people that can perhaps get to our governor in a different way. Monroe County is a leader. We should all celebrate that. That's a celebration. You should be excited that we have such a coalition of passionate professionals and family and friends like me who have come for 2 years to speak with you about the importance. So to wrap up, I just want to say thank you. I personally appreciate each and every one of you for your time, for what you have already done. At the preschool level, we have more work to do, and I really hope that you will join us in that work. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Josh, and I speak on behalf of the RIT Climate Crisis Defense Group at Rochester Institute of Technology. We at the RIT CCTDG are here today to stand with the Rochester Youth Climate League in their call for this legislature to adopt a Climate Action Plan Advisory Board. Climate change is the defining issue of our time, and it is already impacting the people of Monroe County and the world at large. If the disruption to the Earth's climate continues, which will happen unless we take action, it will negatively impact the health of our Great Lakes and the farming communities that make up such an important part of Monroe County. The people of Monroe County have made their position on this issue very clear. They have signed petitions. They have protested. They demand action. Do not mistake my polite civility for calmness. We do not humbly request, we demand. Our generation has the same rights as yours to live on a verdant and beautiful world. But by your refusal to create the Climate Action Plan Advisory Board, you deny us that right. We will not allow this to stand. Those of you who block this legislation, you know who you are, and more importantly, we know who you are. Representative democracy is sometimes mistaken for a system based on good faith, but in truth is a system based on clearly understood consequences. So let me be clear. You will enact this legislation and create the Climate Crisis Advisory Board, or, no matter how long it takes, the people of Monroe County will hold you accountable. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Our next three speakers are Bridget Hurley, Michael Salamone, and Monica Anderson.
Good evening. I am here tonight to address the candidates in the room. So those of you who, for whatever reason, are not candidates, you can relax. Those of you who are, just wanted to talk with you a little bit about the Children's Agenda's Candidate Forum, which is coming up on October 16th, a week from tomorrow, at 7:00 p.m. It's going to be held at the Shotfield Pittsford YMCA. We're kind of excited about that. It's a brand new building. Should be really interesting to be in the building. As you all know, the county touches the life of every child in this community in a whole variety of ways. So I certainly hope if you are a candidate, you're planning to attend. If you're not quite sure it's worth your time, I just want to share a few facts with you. 22% of Monroe County's children live in poverty. 50% of Monroe County's African American children live in poverty. This is higher than the rate for New York State and the United States. Poverty has been increasing in Monroe County since the year 2000. 41% of families in Monroe County are headed by a single parent. That again is higher than the rates for New York State and for the United States. The rate of babies who are born with low birth rate is 11%, again higher than New York State and the United States. And you may know that a low birth weight baby often signals increasing complications for the future of that child, so that's a concern. Child abuse and neglect rates have been rising since 2013. Median household income in Monroe County fell by 16% from 2000 to 2017. And 24% of youth in Monroe County report that they have experienced 3 or more adverse experiences during their childhood, which could range from divorce in the family, drug or substance abuse, or violence in the family. 24%, a quarter of our youth, have experienced 3 of those experiences. So again, I'm just here to heartily invite all of you candidates to attend our forum next Wednesday at 7 p.m. at the Shotfield YMCA in Pittsford. We have a lot to talk about. Thank you.
This concludes the public forum.
We'll now proceed with the consideration. We will now proceed with the consideration of local laws. Will the clerk please read the first item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral 19-0240.LL.
Moved by legislator Marionetti, seconded by legislator Halsted. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item, please.
Item number 2, referral 19-0240.LL.
Moved by legislator Marionetti, seconded by legislator Halsted. This is a motion to table. All in favor? Yes.
Before we do the vote, which is a discussable matter, I do have a question, and that is, to which committee is this referral being assigned?
Mr. Clerk?
It's not being assigned to a committee. This is a motion to table for the full legislature.
To what committee is this referral being assigned? When will this matter be spoken about? No, it has not been answered. I have another question before we go to a vote then. Before we go to a vote, why is this a matter of urgency?
It's a tabling motion.
Mr. President.
There's no discussion on a tabling
Yes,
motion.
there is.
No, there's not.
It
Not
is
by Robert's
debatable.
rules.
It is debatable. I asked the parliamentarian.
Mr. Parliamentarian?
Tabling motions are non-debatable.
Can you show me a citation, please, sir?
We will find it for you.
I'm sure.
Do you want me to source it?
Do you have a citation that it is debatable? Legislator Brock?
Not on hand, but I know it is.
Do you want me to
And he's the parliamentarian. Not
Well, he
me.
knows it's not.
Per the parliamentarian, Section 545-18, Rules of the Monroe County Legislature, Section A, to lay on the table, title motions without debate.
Please have a
No, it's
seat,
not assigned
Legislator
to a-
Brock.
Not assigned to a committee. Thanks for telling me. Thank you.
All in favor? Any opposed? Let's go to roll call vote.
Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Ms. Cayley? Mr. Alcoffer? Mr. Ansello? Ms. Barnhart? Mr. Broth? Ms. Boyce? Mr. Brew? Mr. Delahanty? Mrs. DeFlorio? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Felder? Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Ms. Halstead? Mr. Hebert? Mr. Howland? Ms. Lamar? Mr. Lightfoot? Mr. Mafucci? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Rockow? Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilt? Mr. Zale? President Carbone?
Yes.
23-4, motion to table passes.
Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 3, referral 19-0240.LL.
Moved by Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Halstead. This is to set a public hearing. Is there any discussion? Legislator Baroff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the parliamentarian, is this a debatable motion?
Debatable.
That's good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. President, I do have a few questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell me why this is considered a matter of urgency?
Yeah, there's a request for this local law to be entered as a matter of urgency, and due to recent events coupled with the end of the legislative cycle, I have granted it.
The recent events, sir? Do you mean, what are the recent events you're
I'll
referring
uphold
to?
a point of order.
I appeal the ruling of the
Let's go to roll call
Is there a
vote.
second? Is there a second to the appeal? Someone-
Okay, we got a second. Let's go to roll call vote, please.
A yes sustains the rule of the president. Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Ms. Cayley? Mr. Alcoffer? Mr. Ansello? Yes. Ms. Barnhart? Mr. Broth?
No.
Ms. Boyce? Mr. Brew? Mr. Delahanty? Mrs. DeFlorio? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Felder? Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Ms. Halstead? Mr. Hebert? Mr. Howland? Ms. Lamar? Mr. Lightfoot? Mr. Mafucci? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Rockow? Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilt? Mr. Zale? President Carbone?
Yes.
1710, the rule of the president is sustained.
Item carries. We'll now proceed with the consideration of
Mr.
motions.
President, I was not a vote on the item. It was a vote on the appeal of your ruling. And I have a few additional questions, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you much, sir. Through you to the administration, has the administration's law department reviewed this referral? Sorry. Through the president to the administration, has the law department reviewed this referral?
Whether to set a public hearing or not on the merits of the local law proposed.
It's debatable.
Yeah, but I agree with Legislator Marinetti. The issue at hand is about the setting of the public hearing. If you have further discussion on the item itself,
Yes, I do. I do.
You can submit it in writing, and we'll answer it.
No, I was questioning about the public hearing, sir.
Okay, what's your question about the public hearing?
My question about the public hearing is the public hearing going to be scheduled at some time on the next legislative meeting? Is that the case, through the chair? Through the chair, President, sorry. President.
Through the President, could you repeat the question?
Am I correct to assume that the public hearing we're scheduling is going to be on at the next county legislative meeting, and that'll be the first time the public will get to discuss this bill? Is that correct, through the chair?
Section 1 of the item answers that question, if you read it.
Well, actually, it doesn't. My question was, does it occur at that time? Is that the first time the public will get to address this referral if they choose to do so? Through the President.
Through the President, I apologize for the delay. The public hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, November 12th.
And through the President, is that the first time the public will get the input, if they wish to provide input to the administration on this? The county legislature.
The President, that is true for a public forum. Of course, the public could always submit a question to their legislator if they chose, but for a public forum, you are correct.
So they would not have the opportunity in committee to address this matter, correct? No, that was not answered, sir. The answer was it written down or not? I'm asking to confirm, is it, or is it not going to have the possibility for the public to speak to this directly? The answer I got was they can write it down and give it to their legislator. I want to know, can they do it before this scheduled hearing to talk to this matter directly with the legislature?
I believe he said they could. They could approach their legislator.
They did not. He did not. That's a legislator, not the legislature. There's a difference between the two. If the administration could answer that question, I would happily sit down after that.
Okay, I'll allow the question.
Through the President, the public hearing the first time will be November 12th. That will be the time for the public to ask any questions.
So the public would not get to hear about this in committee hearings. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on setting of the public hearing? Legislator Felder.
In the middle of a county legislature meeting.
Through the President?
Oh.
To the administration?
The President, they're always held before the legislature meets, not during.
But this says 6:15. Our meeting starts at 6 p.m.
Legislator Felder, that's the way it is, that before we start the meeting, we always have the public forum. The public hearings.
Okay, all right. Next question. If we have the public hearing that night, are we voting that night on legislation as well?
Through the President?
Through the President.
To the administration?
Oh, no, I'm asking you, Mr. President.
Through the President, yes, we are. That's why it's a matter of urgency.
Let me just say before I sit down that state law and I believe federal law already protect first responders, and I think this is a little over the top, extreme, egregious, and just really a bit of grandstanding by the county. And I don't know why we're wasting our time doing this, but it is what it is.
Mr. Cayley.
Administration, as the public can ask questions on November 12th, as it's happened in the past, the legislature has not been allowed to ask questions during a public hearing. Will that be waived and we'll be allowed to ask questions since we know absolutely nothing other than what's written? I did.
Through the president, that would be a question for the legislature itself to decide, not the administration.
Thank you. Then, through the president to the administration, the legislature could make that decision. How would that be handled?
Through the president, it would go through the president's office. The request would be made to the president, and the legislature process would follow.
Thank you. And then through the president to the administration, has the Republican side of the aisle been briefed on this in all its facts, information, whatever?
I'll uphold that point of order.
Oppose, challenge it. It's ridiculous.
Let's go to roll call vote.
I have Lightfoot for a second. Yes sustains the rule of the president. Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Ms. Cayley? No. Mr. Alcoffer? Yes. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Ms. Barnhart? No. Mr. Broth? No. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Mr. Brew? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. DeFlorio? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Mr. Felder? No. Mr. Flagler Mitchell? No. Ms. Halstead? Yes. Mr. Hebert? Yes. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Lamar? No. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Mafucci? No. Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Rockow? Yes. Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor? Yes. Mr. Terp? Yes. Mr. Wilcox? No. Mr. Wilt? Yes. Mr. Zale? Yes. President Carbone?
Yes.
17 to 10, the ruling of the president is sustained.
Any further discussion on setting of the public hearing? Legislator Lightfoot.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and to my legislative body. Good evening and greetings. I'd like to explain my vote. We good?
Go ahead.
We good. I'd like to explain my vote, Mr. President, to my legislative body and to my colleagues in the administration who may have helped and assisted in putting this legislation together, signed and co-signed by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, which I don't have a problem with the legislation per se of who has written it, but some of the issues that I do face, or just mainly one, is that it lacks the addressing of those with mental health. So this particular legislation is it applies generically across the board when we know that people in our community face other challenges that may have an impact on what our first responders may be experiencing when they first come. So specifically more to that, it's called mental health. We've already done things with this with 911 calls as being part of the preliminary of asking, is there someone there with mental health or along those terms, so that we can begin to get the right type of people to the scene or the caller who has called, or for whatever reason that may be there. And so this legislation, for my reason, I don't understand why it doesn't address that, especially when some of my colleagues are experienced in these types of behaviors in our community. So in explaining my vote, I think I've done that, and I will be voting no.
Thank you.
Quite welcome, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Any further discussion on setting the public hearing? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Roll call vote.
Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Ms. Cayley? No. Mr. Alcoffer? Yes. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Ms. Barnhart? No. Mr. Broth? No. Ms. Boyce? No. Mr. Brew? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. DeFlorio? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Felder? No. Mr. Flagler Mitchell? No. Ms. Halstead? Yes. Mr. Hebert? Yes. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Lamar? No. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Mafucci? Yes. Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? It was a yes. Mr. Rockow? Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilt? Mr. Zale? President Carbone?
Yes.
20-7, motion to set the public hearing passes.
We will now proceed with the consideration of motions, resolutions, and notices. Will the clerk please read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 4, referral 19-0228.
Moved by Legislator Turk, seconded by Legislator Alcoffer. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 5, referral 19-0230.BR.
Moved by Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 6, referral 19-0231.
Moved by Legislator Bruce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Legislator Baroff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, at the committee meetings, I actually asked a few questions in regards to this referral, and one of the ones that we submitted in writing was, please provide examples of functional needs of the occupants. The response we got back gave us, quote, examples NYSUCS projects that meet the functional needs of the building are, and they gave a list of possible things.
Legislator Baroff, you're going to have to slow down. I can't even get it.
My bad. I'll slow down. I do speak fast. I appreciate you slowing me down.
All right.
To be quite honest. So anyhow, I asked a question about the functional needs and what they were for this particular project. The response I got back from the administration was to provide examples of NYSUCS projects and what examples were that their functional needs were. And my question is, these functional needs, and they list painting, wall coverings, flooring, constructing new office wall, are these the actual functional needs of this project, or are they just examples we took from NYSUCS? Through the President.
These are examples of actual projects.
From this current project, correct? Through the President?
Mr. President, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 7, referral 19-0231.BR.
Moved by Legislator Bruce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 8, referral 19-0232.
Moved by Legislator Zale, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 9, referral 19-0233.
Moved by Legislator Zale, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Oh. Legislator Felder.
We had requested some information from the administration regarding the.
I don't think your microphone's on.
I don't think so either. I can speak louder, you know.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm from the streets. I know how to talk loud.
Go ahead, you got it.
We had requested some information from the administration in regards to how what years these age receivables from, and I know the information we asked for, we have not received it yet, and I was wondering why we haven't received it yet. Through you to the administration, Mr. President.
Through the President, could the legislator ask which specific information he might be interested in?
How far back will Fred Mask be looking? How old are the bills, oldest bills? Well, I know the answer to that question. Where's the, that's the main one. Yes.
What's the main one again, Legislator
How far
Felder?
back does this problem go?
Through the President, through its service with the county, the vendor will review claims older than 180 days old which will include some accounts dating to 2017.
So the problem started in 2017. So the administration, when was the problem discovered?
Through the President. Ultimately, what the body is considering tonight is the authorization of a contract with Freed Maxtec to collect Medicaid and insurance payments for accounts receivable at the hospital that are older than 180 days old. I think it was discussed at Ways and Means that Freed Maxtec is an expert in this area. They have demonstrated expertise in being able to achieve a return on investment for this type of aged accounts receivable. And ultimately, it's going to work with Medicaid and the insurance companies to maximize the return for the hospital. The action's coming at the recommendation of the county executive and is ultimately part of a business plan that's being proposed by the new hospital executive director, Colleen Rose, to walk you through the timeline, which I think was the core of your question, legislator. Ultimately, in early 2016, the hospital began the implementation of a new electronic medical records system. That process was an onerous one. It was always going to be very challenging. The implementation of that system impacted every aspect of the hospital's operations, from billing to facilities to nursing. And it is a well-understood industry standard that that type of implementation can come with unintended consequences. There are large healthcare institutions and entities in our region that have gone through recent transitions to new electronic medical record systems themselves and have experienced very similar challenges. That being said, with regard to the specific timeline, that rollout began in 2016, continued through late 2018 for about a 2-year time period. Ultimately, as a result of that very complex implementation of the new electronic medical records system, there was some impact on what is known as aged accounts receivable at the hospital. It's important for this body to understand that aged accounts receivable did not rise from a level of 0 to the level that the vendor will be working to help collect. It is very typical and standard for the hospital and healthcare institutions like it and facilities like it to end any given fiscal year with a certain amount of aged accounts receivable outstanding. I would say that that's probably only heightened by the fact that MCH is a unique healthcare institution. It is probably the largest of its kind in New York State. It's certainly one of the only remaining local government-run institutions of its kind in New York State. And I think every member of this body can appreciate the role that it plays in helping to serve our residents, because oftentimes it serves those residents who have nowhere else to turn. They have incredibly complex health challenges. With those incredibly complex health challenges come incredibly complex billing. And it is important to also understand that when we talk about these aged accounts receivable, it's not that the accounts were not billed or ultimately that the billing was not fulfilled. The hospital has a fully staffed billing unit that goes about its business day to day of ensuring those bills are issued to Medicaid, to insurers, even to private pay residents. But oftentimes, with these very complex bills, coming back from Medicaid or the insurers could be denials, could be requests for more information, could be requests for clarification, and that process can slow down the remittance of that payment to the point where those accounts do age over 180 days. That being said, the hospital, in partnership with the administration, did monitor the implementation of the electronic medical records system closely, understanding that it would have some impact on the hospital's billing unit. After EMR was fully implemented in 2018, the administration sat down with the hospital and ultimately contracted with Beacon Solutions, which is a subsidiary of the Bonadillo Group, to do a full assessment of the hospital's financial operations, understanding that there may be some things that need to be perfected or enhanced now that the new electronic medical records system was in place. Beacon took about a month or two to complete their work and ultimately offered recommendations in January of 2019. At that time, the county executive and the administration of the hospital reviewed those recommendations. One of the recommendations was that the hospital, and by extent the county, should consider working with an outside vendor, ultimately to work to maximize their return on those aged accounts receivable. The county executive authorized MCH to begin an RFP process to secure that vendor. And that RFP process was complete by June 27th, and the contract was awarded to Freed Maxtic. The matter was then almost immediately handed over to the legislature for consideration, and ultimately is why it's on the agenda today. And I hope that helps to clarify the timeline.
So the reason why the receivables weren't followed up on was because of a computer glitch. Through you, to the administration, Mr. President. Yes.
Through the President, can you ask that question again, please?
So you said that the reason, you're saying that the reason why, through you, Mr. President, the reason why the receivables weren't followed up on was because of a computer glitch in a new computer system.
Through the President, I think with respect to the legislator, I would suggest that the framing of that question is probably not entirely fair. It's not that the bills were not followed up on. It's simply that these are incredibly complex bills, and sometimes billing can take a period of time. That was only complicated by the fact that during this 2-year time period, the hospital was engaged in a process of implementing a very substantive new electronic medical record system, which would have led to marginal increase in the aged accounts receivable over that period of time. But ultimately what you had in this case was the active management of that situation throughout the implementation, and ultimately the recommendation of a solution that would help to address that issue immediately following implementation.
Through you, Mr. President, the administration, whose responsibility was it at the hospital to make sure and to follow up on this billing?
Through the President, as I mentioned before, the hospital has a fully staffed billing unit. This is the type of work that they do. I would again suggest to the legislator that it was not that follow-up was not done. Follow-up was very likely done in a number of these cases, but that simply the back and forth between Medicaid or private insurers could have led for those accounts to age past 180 days. What we're not talking about is a clear window of time when contact would have been made and then no contact would have been made. This is a fluid process, and I think unfortunately for many of our residents, they've been done a disservice by the fact that this matter has been oversimplified in the public domain to suggest that the billing unit and the hospital by extension had not performed the core function of their office, which was to handle and manage that billing, which we believe they have. But due to the fact that MCH serves incredibly patients and residents with incredibly complex needs, and as a result its billing is complex, that billing process could span a period of time. It does not mean, however, that the billing unit would have had no contact with those insurers over that period of time. It's very likely that multiple contacts were made.
So, to you, Mr. President, so the experts and the people whose responsibility, who were proficient in billing, were in contact with the payees, and while they were in contact with them and going back and forth on billing and appealing or whatever, was it denied? The receivables were aged during that process. Is that what we're being told, Mr. President?
Through the President, whether it be MCH or other facilities like it, yes, it is very common for any negotiation or discussion that would involve the facility itself and Medicaid and or insurers ultimately to span a significant period of time before payment is ultimately authorized by the insurer.
But it's been my experience, some of the experience with Medicaid billing, that if you submit something for payment and it's denied or paid short or whatever, and you're in the process of appealing that or reintroduce whatever, that doesn't age out during that process. Aging out comes when things are essentially dropped or not done in a timely manner.
Through the President, is there a question that the legislator would like the administration to respond to?
The question is the reason why these receivables aged out is because things were not done in a timely manner and deadlines were missed, and that's why they aged out.
Through the President, I may be mistaken, but I don't believe I've indicated or anyone else at the table has indicated that these accounts receivable have aged out. It's simply an industry standard that over a period of time that bills can become more difficult to collect. And ultimately, Free Mastic, as a vendor, has expertise in this area, particularly implementing what's known as a one-time appeal, which is what the function that the vendor will be performing with the county, which allows for a consolidation, essentially, of many of these aged accounts receivable, and they'll work collaboratively with Medicaid and the insurance companies to maximize every dollar that they can for the hospital.
I'm glad for everything that this company is going to be able to do. But we were told at the, Mr. President, I'm directing this to you, we were told at the Ways and Means Committee meeting that these receivables had aged out.
No, at the Ways and Means, I asked the question at 180 days were the funds still able to be collectible, and the answer was sometimes over a year they could be
But in response to Legislator Barof's, one of Legislator Barof's questions, we were told they aged out.
Yeah, but then I asked the question, and it was clarified, and at over 180 days, you can definitely try to get the money, up to some insurance companies, a year, year and a half, sometimes even 2 years. I asked that question, it was clarified.
Well, they called aged receivables, Mr. President.
They said aged, they didn't say aged out. Legislator Marionetti.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I just have a couple more questions.
Oh, I thought you were done.
No.
Go ahead.
Are we sure, are we sure this is all there is in terms of what we're looking at in terms of aged receivables? That have not, that are going to be in, are we going to find more later on? Through the administration.
Through the President, yes, but I want to offer just an additional clarification to fully answer the legislator's question. So the scope of work that the vendor will be doing for the hospital will involve only outstanding Medicaid and insurance accounts receivable. Not included in that mix could be private pay. So residents who are paying out of pocket or families who are paying out of pocket, but by and large, annually within the hospital's billing, that is a very, very small segment of the hospital's total billing. So I believe to answer the spirit of your question, legislator, the answer is yes. But to allow myself not to be called to the carpet later in the event that that number shifts one way or the other very minorly, I would say that it's yes with a caveat.
My last question is, do we have assurances, through you, Mr. President, do we have assurances that controls have been put in place and processes have been put in place to make sure this never happens again? And we're not revisiting this in the future?
Through the President, the answer to that question is yes, because the county does not intend to implement another electronic medical record system again. The system is in place. So ultimately, that being the core contributor to the increase in the aged accounts receivable, I think I can confidently say that, yes, that is a correct statement.
Just makes it by way of comment. I think it's a cop-out to blame all this on a computer system. Obviously, someone should have known that this was happening before we got to the point where it was almost $4 million.
Legislator Marionetti.
Most of my questions I think were answered, and I apologize if I missed this, but the amount we're talking about through you to the administration, roughly $4 million, is that existing at MCH as an operating budget deficit? And if so, can you expand on that, or if not?
Through the President, that is a great question. I think that's a key piece that's been misrepresented in much of the discussion of this matter. No. The short answer is no, that is not a deficit, that ultimately these accounts receivable have been fully accounted for and anticipated within the hospital's operating budget. And I believe, as was discussed at the meeting of the Ways and Means Committee, every dollar that the vendor is able to collect for the hospital will simply enhance the hospital's existing budget.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Legislator Rocco.
There was mentioned at the meeting of the Ways and Means Committee that the MCH Advisory Board had not met in a while. Through the President, would their meetings have covered all the elite covered or alleviated these issues?
Through the president, again, the short answer is no. The advisory board is exactly that, advisory in nature. It has no fiduciary responsibility, it has no management responsibility over the hospital's finances. I would liken it to an all-volunteer board that may meet to discuss matters in your child's Little League. Ultimately, it's a panel of volunteers and experts who gather together to talk about issues at the hospital. It could be quality of life issues, it could be facilities issues, but ultimately it does not do the type of oversight that some have suggested it does. Ultimately, that authority would lie with the management of the hospital and by extension the county, which is the fiduciary administrator for the hospital.
Go ahead, Legislator Feld.
That's, Mr. President, whose responsibility is it to recommend the hospital budget to the county legislature? Through you to the administration. And no, let me ask a question. If all the hospital board is for is us to sit around and talk about what might be great for the hospital, why doesn't the administration just submit the hospital budget directly to the legislature with the rest of the budget?
Through the president, I believe to answer the legislator's core question, oftentimes the advisory board does offer an advisory opinion on the hospital's budget, but it is no more than that, simply advisory.
Well, somebody's been lying to me for 2 years. I've been told that we have to vote on this budget before it's submitted to the legislature.
Through the president,
also, I might add that, excuse me, Mr. President, I might add that the charter is very vague on this subject of whether the hospital board is advisory, solely advisory in nature or not. Because if it's just advisory, then what's the point of having it if it has no ability to look at the operations, the finances, and other things that go into the patient care and things that go into the hospital? I don't believe that statement is completely accurate in regards to the advisory board.
Is that a statement or a question, Legislator? Statement. Anything else? Legislator Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say that softly, inclusion refers to advisory board as something similar to a Little League operation with that. And probably Little League around Monroe County that manage to handle finances better than the county hospital. So I would like to just ask a few questions as it relates to this. First of all, for the purposes of clarification when it comes to the issue of the bill, $3.9 billion that we haven't been able to collect, this is this a case of bills not being issued in a timely manner, or is this a case of bills being issued and not being paid? Through you, Mr. President, to the administration.
Through the president, I believe I already answered that question. If I did not in great enough detail, I apologize. But it is not a matter of bills not being issued, and it's not truly a matter of bills not being paid in the strictest sense of the word. More often than not, it's the result of an ongoing process between the hospital and the insurer, whether it be an insurance company or Medicaid, to determine whether or not the insurer will cover that account. And oftentimes, with very complex medical needs, that process can drag out for more than 180 days, resulting in the aged account receivable.
And through you, Mr. President, is it then fair to say, since these are complex issues and complex bills, that this happens regularly at Monroe Community Hospital?
Through the president, anyone with an awareness of healthcare management and billing would know that this happens at every healthcare institution, not just Monroe Community Hospital.
So then, through you, Mr. President, why is it then that you need to bring in a third-party consultant for $120,000 if this is something that happens regularly?
Through the President, I believe the core of that question has been previously addressed, which is that there was a marginal increase in the aged accounts receivable as a result of a very substantial implementation of a new electronic medical record system at the hospital, and ultimately as a result of the new business plan being put into place and in operation by the executive director. One component of that plan was to utilize a private sector vendor to, again, maximize the return for the hospital off of these aged accounts receivable. And it's important to remember that had the county taken no action here, it would receive no return on these aged accounts receivable. So its plan right now is to go forward and maximize the value for essentially what would have been monies at year end that hospitals like MCH, that healthcare institutions like MCH would be unable to collect. So I would suggest that this solution really maximizes the hospital's ability to ensure it's getting every dollar it can.
Through you, Mr. President, I think it's a little confusing here. Mr. Sleezer is telling us that this is something that happens regularly because these are complex issues, but then in the next statement says that, well, we need to bring in a third party. So it's a little unclear, and I think it's common of what we're hearing from the administration is that they really don't have their story straight and certainly aren't willing to tell the people of Monroe County what's actually going on. Perhaps, Mr. Sleezer, you should have, before coming in here tonight, you should have looked at what it was that the Ways and Means Committee had told us, because a lot of what we heard during Ways and Means is not at all what you are telling us. In fact, we at least at that point had the opportunity to talk to someone from the community hospital and not someone from the county communications department. So perhaps someone who is just better familiar with what's going on in the office. Through you, Mr. President, I want to go in briefly in regards to the billing system that was the new billing system that was implemented. Mr. President, through you to the administration, I assume that this vendor has had experience with implementing billing systems in hospitals elsewhere, or was this their first one?
Through the President, can the legislature ask the question again, please?
Sure. The third party, or excuse me, the billing system that was implemented at Monroe Community Hospital, is this a vendor that has implemented this billing system in other places? Through you, Mr. President.
Through the President, the answer to that question is yes. They have implemented similar systems, including at local facilities.
Perfect. And through you, Mr. President, I would assume that they had some standard protocols that they used or suggested to Monroe Community Hospital as it pertains to implementing the billing system?
The President, yes.
And through you, Mr. President, did that vendor suggest protocols on how to handle bills as in terms of when they would be going out and when they would be collected?
Through the President, the vendor who implemented the electronic medical record system made recommendations on how billing could be handled under its system once the system was implemented.
Okay.
It made no recommendations as to the billing of the hospital during the time that the transition would have occurred from the previous system to the new system.
So through you, Mr. President, this vendor didn't give any suggestions on how to go from old to new, even though they were selling you the new system. Is that correct?
Through the President, the vendor was obviously helpful in assisting the county in implementing the system and transitioning claims over. However, as I mentioned before, regardless whether it be Monroe Community Hospital or other local, very large-scale healthcare entities. It is very common for there to be an operational impact as a result of the implementation of a system of this size and scope. You simply can't swap in technology like this that impacts every aspect of the hospital's operation without some unintended consequences. And I would just call the legislators' attention back to ultimately the delta between what the hospital's typical aged accounts receivable are at the end of any given fiscal year, which falls somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million in aged accounts receivable going back upwards of a decade or more year over year. And ultimately, we're talking about an aged accounts receivable number of $3.9 million. So obviously, you see a marginal increase, but nothing wildly out of line with regard to where the hospital's been historically.
Mr. President, again, Mr. Sleezer is going back and forth on what he's saying. This is either an issue that we need to bring in a third-party vendor for, or it's not. I mean, does the administration, are they saying to us that this is really not an issue, so we should just, do as they often do and just close their eyes and pretend like it's not happening? Or do we need to bring in this third-party vendor, spend another $120,000 of county tax dollars to fix an issue that is created at Monroe Community Hospital? I think it's a very simple answer. Just, Mr. Sleezer, pick a side. This is either it's a problem or it's not, but you can't keep telling us that it's not a problem and then say, oh, but by the way, we do need this third-party vendor. So I'll continue to ask my questions. In terms of, through you, Mr. President,
I have a point of order on that, if I may, Mr. President. I believe that was asked and answered. The fact that this contract is proposed by the administration and it's before us as a legislator, I think that's been answered, that it's advisable to proceed. At least that's what the answer is that I'm hearing. That's why I believe it's asked and answered, Mr. President.
I didn't ask another question, so I don't know what the majority leader is worried about. Mr. President, through you, in terms of the billing system, I'd like to go back. This obviously happens all the time. Medical facilities changing billing systems, new technology comes about. Through you, Mr. President, what safeguards do other facilities use to make sure that these mistakes don't happen?
Through the President, I can't speak for other facilities.
Through you, Mr. President, did the billing system, the billing system company give any suggestions as to how to make this a smooth transition?
I believe that's been asked and answered also.
Okay, you're not going to answer it. That's fine. Mr. President, through you, it was brought up at Ways and Means that part of the issue, there were several issues as to why $3.9 million hadn't been collected. One was the billing system, but two, there was discussion of a quote, key staff member who was out on family medical leave. So through you, Mr. President, what is the hospital's protocol in general when a staff member is out for an extended period of time? And furthermore, to clarify, Mr. President, what is it that the hospital does in terms of making sure that specific duties of that person are being covered?
Through the President, ultimately, the individual's duties were absorbed by other members of the billing unit. And I'm sure that the legislator is sensitive to the fact that, ultimately, this employee's health leave is a sensitive situation, likely covered by HIPAA and personnel limitations, and probably not discussed on the floor of this body. But needless to say,
I didn't ask anything about the individual. I asked who was covering the individual's duties. I don't think there's anything that I hadn't violated any HIPAA here. I just simply asked the question as it regards to duties. So when someone leaves, thank God we have the Family Medical Leave Act, because it's important for many families who suffer And furthermore, my own personal family. When my sister was ill with cancer and ultimately passed from the disease, thank God we had family medical leave so that my brother-in-law could take care of her. I certainly, Mr. Sleezer, understand the importance of it. So thank you very much. But furthermore, I'm asking about an operational system here in Monroe County, a failure on the county administration. This isn't a failure of Monroe Community Hospital. This is a failure of your administration. I shouldn't say your administration. It's the county executive's administration. This is a failure of her administration. So through you, Mr. President, my question is, what are the protocols and what are the procedures when someone is out on family medical leave?
Through the
terms of
President,
making sure that their duties are covered.
Through the President to the Legislature, I believe I've answered that question. Under the management of the hospital, the duties of that specific employee who was, again, out on medical leave were distributed to other members of the billing unit.
Through you, Mr. President, did this employee have any other responsibilities? And if so, who were those duties assigned to?
Through the President, the entirety of the individual's responsibilities were assigned to other members of the billing unit.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, who is ultimately responsible for overseeing the billing at Monroe Community Hospital?
Through the President, ultimately the management staff of the hospital.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. President, from a managerial standpoint, can you tell us what steps were taken and when the county executive and presumably the director of finance were notified of this $3.9 million problem?
Through the President, as I believe I stated previously, upon the complete and final implementation of the new electronic medical records program, the hospital sat down with the governing body and key hospital leadership in or around September of 2018 and discussed the process by which it would optimize the new system. Ultimately, that's when the hospital contracted with Beacon Solutions to do an assessment of the hospital's billing practices under the EMR system. Beacon began their work in October of 2018, concluded their work in December of 2018. The county executive, during a meeting of the governing body, was presented with the Beacon report in January of 2019. At that meeting, the minutes reflect that the county executive asked for a report on the accounts receivable older than 180 days, which is obviously a key recommendation of the Beacon report. The report on the accounts receivable that the county executive requested was presented for her consideration at the next meeting of the governing body on February 28th. That report showed that the total accounts receivable over 180 days had risen as a result of the transition to EMR. The county executive thereafter authorized MCH to begin that RFP process to seek an outside vendor to maximize the return for the hospital, which again, to skip forward, brings us to tonight.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, I'd just like to clarify, can the administration guarantee to us that all of the $3.9 million that is being reviewed by the third party, is it all Medicaid or Medicare money, or is some of this private insurance or furthermore self-payers?
Through the President, it could be a mix of Medicare, Medicaid, or commercial insurers. It does not include private pay or self-pay, as you indicated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just finally, we've discussed multiple times that it's $3.9 million. That's what it was when Ways and Means Committee met. Is that the entire scope of what this contract will oversee, or have there since been additional bills that have gone past 180 days that are now included in this, in what the third party will be reviewing.
Through the president, it's possible that that number could be slightly fluid, but we expect it would be around 3.9 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Legislator Lightfoot.
I just want to clarify, through you, Mr. President, to the administration, as Mr. Caesar has been answering questions through you, Mr. President. I just want to get a clarification because I've heard several times in a statement that we are asking for these services due to a marginal increase in aged accounts. Is that correct through you, Mr. President, to the administration?
Through the president, can you please repeat the question?
So, to you, Mr. President, to the administration, I've heard Mr. Caesar say on several accounts that one of the reasons that, the reason that we're triggering this outside agency to help us with our aged accounts is because there has been a marginal increase in our aged accounts. Is this true, Mr. President, to the administration? More specifically to Mr. Sleezer, are we saying, and I'll say it a different way, that there has been a marginal increase, and this is the purpose of the need for this third-party outside agency? Through you, Mr. President, once again.
Through the president, I guess the best answer to that question is to simply provide the numbers, again, for the delta, the difference between the amount of the aged accounts receivable previous to the implementation of electronic medical records.
Which I think I heard is about 2.5 annually for the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, in 2015, the aged accounts receivable at the end of the fiscal year was about 2.5, and again, the body is being asked for the authorization to work with an outside vendor to attempt to maximize the return on about 3.9 million in aged accounts receivable.
So the delta on that, through you, Mr. President, to Mr. Administration over there? The delta, it would be what? Through you, Mr. President?
Through the president, I hope I do my math well on the fly. I believe it would be around $1.4 million.
Okay, so thank you so much. So that's on the same track I'm on. So again, are we calling this delta change of 1.4 a marginal increase to you, Mr. President, or that was just a part of a statement that was, what are we saying exactly? Is it a marginal increase or not? Because it looks like it's a 50% or more increase.
Through the president, can you ask the question again, please?
So, are you defining this 1.4 delta change as a marginal increase or not?
Through the president, I think the only thing that I could provide as an answer to that question is that ultimately the county and the hospital management anticipated certain challenges associated with the implementation of the electronic medical record system. Ultimately, other healthcare institutions like MCH have seen an increase in their aged accounts receivable over the transition period. And we are asking the body for authority to collect on $3.9 million in aged accounts receivable.
To you, Mr. President, can he repeat his statement, please? I didn't catch that.
I want you to repeat the statement.
Through the president, I'm sorry, I had someone talking to me. Can you repeat the question?
No, I was asking, could you repeat the statement because I didn't catch it.
Through the president, who's on first? What I had said was that it was always anticipated by both the county and the hospital that there would be certain impacts as a result of this very significant implementation of the new electronic medical records system. And as a result of that, we did anticipate, as has been experienced with other healthcare institutions like the hospital, locally and in other parts of the state and nation, that there would be an impact on aged accounts receivable. As I mentioned, the timeline before indicates that upon completion of the implementation of the new system, MCH and the county acted immediately to engage a private sector partner, Beacon Solutions, and attempting to optimize the billing unit at MCH. And ultimately, the recommendation of that report was that the county work with an outside vendor. In this case, our recommendation is Freed Maxic, to maximize its return on the aged accounts receivable figure, which is $3.9 million. I hope that comes close to paraphrasing my previous
It does.
answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Administration and Sleazer. Mr. Sleazer. So, I apologize. I have to. So, finally, Mr. President, I'm hoping I can get a straight direct on this. Are we, and I'm just want to make sure we're in agreement, because I heard this quite often. And like I say, I've always admired your skill set. But I just want some clarification on exactly what we are defining here, okay? Because I hear several times marginal increase. So Mr. President, do you, Mr. Sleazer, more specifically, define 1.44 million a marginal increase or not? Is that? No, I'm asking, because he said it's a marginal increase. I think that's a fair question.
Legislator Lightfoot, I think he's been over this several times.
No, he hasn't said that. If it's
Okay,
a marginal increase, he said that in the beginning, but now he's not. He's recanting on it. I just want to know what's.
I'll let him
what's his
answer it one
point.
more time. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, it's just a direct question. So, if you're not willing to answer it directly, then it's fine. I don't have to play. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Okay. So, thank you so much.
Legislator Baroth. Go slow.
I was just going to say, please tell me to go slow if I go too fast. So thank you, Mr. President. I recognize the fact that it's getting a little late, and it's not a budget night, so sorry. I have a few questions to ask on a slightly different note, and that is, Mr. Sleazer, you did mention at some point, and if I'm talking to the wrong person and someone else wants to answer, that's fine too. I don't want to just, pick on one person. So if you want to pass off, feel free. You mentioned a number of times that we are fully staffed right now with the billing department and the MCH, correct? Through the President?
Through the President, that is correct.
Through the President, what is the current number of staff in the billing office in the MCH?
Through the President, 4.5 full-time equivalent employees.
Thank you. And through the President to the administration, what was the number of billing positions budgeted for at MCH during the time in question, 2017 through 2018?
Through the President, in the interest of transparency, I just want to clarify an answer I just gave, which was slightly incorrect. So there are 4.5 billers within the billing unit, and then there is one billing manager.
Okay, fair enough. So for a total of 4.5, correct? Through the President? 5.5, my bad. Okay. And in regards to back in 2017-18, through the President, what was the number of full-time equivalents then?
Through the President, obviously employment is fluid at any given time. We're fairly confident in saying that the unit, with the exception of the billing manager who would have been out on medical leave for a period of that time, would have been at or near fully staffed.
Okay, through the President to the administration, but in Ways and Means we were told that there was quite a bit of, and by quite a bit I mean more than one, staff turnover during that same time frame when the manager was out on family leave. So something's amiss here through the President.
Mr. President, to the legislator, I think the key component of your question was probably turnover. There probably was some turnover within the unit during that period of time, and that the employees would have changed, but ultimately, the unit would have been at or near full employment for the most part of that time. Obviously involved with turnover, you may have small chunks of time, where an employee is being onboarded, but without having specific figures at specific points in time in front of me, we believe that the unit was at or near fully staffed for most of that 2-year period.
So, and I know you have, there must be someone from the hospital with you there now. Do we know how much turnover there was for the president? Do we know that it was like perhaps 4 persons who moved to a different position or moved to different opportunities and they were replaced by 4 other people? Or was it a larger number or a smaller number? Can you give me an idea of just what sort of turnover we're talking about here through the president?
Have that information on hand tonight. I apologize, but it would require us to look into the actual employee history within the unit in much more detail than we have available to us this evening.
Okay. And normally, that wouldn't be an issue to the president simply because, that happens everywhere. I understand that. But, we are talking about something that, some bad things happened, and, they may have been foreseen or not, but we were told that turnover was one of the reasons why that it got out of hand like the way it did. But I'll move on. I appreciate the fact that you don't have that in front of you. Earlier it was stated, and I will say that when we talked about this in Ways and Means, it was mentioned in such a way that it was almost a positive this was going on, that there was no, quote, operating budget deficit, I assume, for 2019, and that anything we got was going to be a bonus. Am I correct to think, through the president, that when you say there was no operating budget deficit, that is, in fact, for 2019?
Legislator, repeat the question. I believe I know the answer. I just want to be sure.
Absolutely. I'm just suggesting that the operating budget deficit that does not exist is for the fiscal year 2019. Is that correct, through the president? Perhaps straight from the horse's mouth might be helpful.
Just conferring with the finance director for a moment. Ultimately, yes, to reiterate what I said earlier, there is no budget impact on the hospital's 2019 budget as a result of these aged accounts receivable.
Okay. So for 2019 budget, that in fact, this is a gift from the past. Any monies we receive will benefit 2019. Then my question is, what was the impact on the past budget? It was stated that these losses were anticipated, that we saw some of this coming. And so when you anticipate losses, you have an idea of where you're going to cover these losses. Where in the 2017 and 2018 budgets did these funds come from? Is it from service cuts, staff cuts, maybe dipping into reserves? I'm assuming it was dipping into reserves, but where did it come from? Through the president.
Mr. President, this is going to come out long and drawn out and boring. I believe the legislator's question is inappropriately combining the annual operating budget that gets approved with the annual set of financial statements that are issued. And I say that because the annual operating budget is prepared and adopted on a modified accrual basis of accounting, whereas the financial statements that are issued at year end are prepared and issued on a full accrual basis of accounting. The write-off or the allowance for doubtful accounts impacted the 2017 and 2018 financial statements that were issued. So they would ultimately fall to the hospital's net position and increase the unrestricted net deficit that you'll see, that is reported in the financial statements.
Thank you. That makes sense. It's through the President to the Administration, just so I'm sure, as Mr. Sleeve stated earlier, we typically carry anywhere between $2 to $2.5 million of aged debt, and so that would drop to the anticipated deficit. But in this case, we anticipated a further increase of some amount, and so we must have had some sort of source of funding for that, covering that deficit. Correct? Through the President? I'm getting a negative head shake there.
No, Mr. President.
Okay. Through the President, could you please clarify for me then what in fact is the case then? I understand about the losses, but I'm talking about the additional loss.
No, Mr. President. There is no transfer of budget appropriations to cover this type of journal entry for the allowance for doubtful accounts.
Okay. So, through the President to the Administration, in the 2019 budget, our 2019 budget, there was a transfer of $2.5 million to MCH from the general fund. There was no such transfers in 2017 or 2018. Is the 2018 transfer to MCH related to this issue? Through the President.
Mr. President, can the legislator please clarify for me? He just referenced 3 different dates. I just need to hear them again, please.
No problem. In the 2019 Monroe County budget, there was a transfer of $2.5 million to MCH from our general fund.
Yes, Mr. President.
There was no such transfer in either the 2017 or 2018 budget. And the question was, is the 2019 transfer related to this issue with MCH? Through the President.
No, Mr. President, it was not.
I'm going to yield to my partner back here just to ask a question, if that's possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last year, when it was time to vote on the budget, we were told that even though we had a budget in front of us, that the net county support said $2.5 million. That because of certain factors, the higher census count and higher Medicaid reimbursement rate, that the net county support that was needed would only be $450,000. I asked then why the money was not reallocated, since it was said that it was not needed. Got an answer that was not satisfactory. Now, I want to ask the question to go further along with what Mr. Barak was asking. Is that money part of the money that's being used to plug this? Wow. I didn't even need it, but thank you. Is that money being used to plug this hole that's been caused by what we're not going to be able to collect?
Mr. President, I believe the question is inaccurate in the way it was presented. Mr. President, when the 2019 budget was submitted to the various committees for their consideration before the full legislative vote, the 2019 budget did include a transfer from the general fund of $2.5 million to the hospital. That interfund transfer was not budgeted because of the billing issues MCH was experiencing. That general fund transfer to the hospital was budgeted to address the ongoing unrestricted net position deficit we see on the financial statements.
To you, Mr. President, that's not the question I asked, but.
And, Mr. President, subsequent, the legislator did ask, I believe it was in the month of February or March of 2019, why that transfer is still anticipated. At that time, Mr. President, the legislator had forwarded to me a financial projection that he received at an advisory board meeting indicating that due to changing Medicaid reimbursement rates, the hospital may actually produce more revenue such that a $2.5 million general fund transfer would not be required. I responded to the legislator in writing, Mr. President, on April 8th of 2019 to further explain. At that time, while it was nice that the hospital's accounting staff was projecting potential improvements in its revenue base, the document that was provided to the advisory board was a projection based on a non-trended single point in time data. And it did have, as I categorized in my letter to the legislator, a limited view of the hospital's overall financial position. What I mean by that, Mr. President, is that point in time data was used for the projection. That data included a anticipated bed utilization rate and anticipated Medicaid reimbursement rates. While the hospital did receive higher than anticipated Medicaid reimbursement rate, unfortunately, Mr. President, the bed utilization had fallen. So at the time of my memo, Mr. President, the hospital's bed utilization rate was sufficiently lower than what the hospital advisory board had seen, and therefore that $2.5 million transfer is still appropriate. And, Mr. President, as I included on my letter, the county executive is committed to the financial well-being of MCH and its long-term success. Therefore, it is critical that this legislature stand behind that $2.5 million interfund transfer as a means to address the ongoing net deficit position at the hospital as presented each and every year in its CAFR.
To you, Mr. President, to the administration. As Mr. Baroth pointed out, in 2017, 2018, there was no net county support for the hospital. Last year, I have the email, and I brought it up before the spring. I brought it up at the budget meeting last year, and again at the county legislature meeting. We voted to enact the budget. That's why I voted against the budget. The question was, if you say that we don't need this money and you leave it there, you're engaging in some shady budgeting. Now, a budget is nothing but a projection. So the fact that you saying the county projected or the hospital projected this number of beds and it didn't pan out, that's a projection. That's every budget is projection. But to say that after the fact, after you found out later on, after we left money in the budget, when we voted on it, that according to the document I voted on, said was not needed, shows that the money should have been allocated elsewhere. And I believe, let me not say I believe, I'm asking, is that why that money was left there? Because this problem had been discovered before, and it needed to be left there so it could plug the hole.
Mr. President, I find it offensive that the legislator accuses us of shady business dealings. This administration and the entire budget staff has been very open at each and every budget hearing that we have presented at, answering any and all questions that are asked. I strongly suggest that the budget process today is better than it has ever been in the past 30 years. Mr. President, the $2.5 million interfund transfer that the legislature authorized in the budget process is a good financial move for this legislature in that it provides $2.5 million to the hospital to address its ongoing unrestricted net deficit position. This $2.5 million was not budgeted because of the billing issues, as I previously stated, that the hospital is experiencing. This $2.5 million was budgeted as a good financial move to bolster and improve upon the hospital's ongoing unrestricted net deficit position.
Through you, Mr. President, it's my last question. First, a statement. I did not say shady business, I said shady budgeting. But the question is, we keep hearing about an ongoing ongoing deficit, but in 2017, 2018, there was no money allocated by this body to the hospital. So what ongoing deficit is there? Through you, Mr. President.
Through the President, as the Finance Director has already answered, A does not have anything to do with B. He's indicated that that budgetary practice was in the best interest of the hospital, completely and totally separate from the matter we're discussing tonight. And I don't think that there's any other way that the administration can answer that question, given this is now the third time.
Through you, with all due respect, Mr. President, the statement I made was, we keep hearing about an ongoing structural, or whatever, ongoing deficit. But 2 years in a row, we didn't budget anything. We budgeted something last year. So what was ongoing?
Yeah,
No,
I agree.
It has not been answered.
Legislator Felder, that's been asked and answered several times. I'm going to uphold the point of order. You objecting to the rule? Yes. All right, roll call vote.
Is there a second? Second. Morelli. A yes vote sustains the ruling of the President. Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Ms. Cayley? No. Mr. Alcoffer? Yes. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Ms. Barnhart? Yes. Mr. Broth? No. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Mr. Brew? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. DeFlorio? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Felder? No. Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? No. Ms. Halstead? Yes. Mr. Hebert? Yes. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Lamar? Yes. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Mafucci? No. Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Rockow? Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor? Yes. Mr. Terp? Yes. Mr. Wilcox? No. Mr. Wilt? Yes. Mr. Zale? Yes. President Carbone?
Yes.
18-9, the ruling of the President sustained.
Take back the floor at this point in time.
Go ahead, Legislator Broth.
Thank you. I just have a few more questions. Regarding this contract with, I forget the name now.
Freed
Maxick, yes, thank you. Did anyone else, I know someone else responded, we were told there was. Do we know the price of their proposal through the President?
Through the President, can the legislator ask the question again?
Sure. Through the President to the administration, there was another respondent to the RFP that went up for this contract, and the question was, do we know what the cost of that proposal that was not accepted was through the President?
Through the President, there was more than one respondent to the RFP in addition to Freed Maxick, and ultimately we do not have that information on hand this evening.
But Freed Maxick was determined to be the best respondent through the President, correct?
Through the President, correct.
Okay. And through the President's administration, now we heard tonight the number of $2.2 to $2.5 million is not unusual as a outstanding debt for the hospital. And I read, and we didn't get that in our response to the written questions, but I read in the city paper that this is something that is typical and it goes uncollected. Is that true, that typically that $2 to $2.5 million goes uncollected through the President?
Through the President, just to put a very fine point on that answer, what we're talking about with these aged accounts receivable over 180 days is that in any given year, the hospital on average will end its fiscal year with about $2 to $2.5 million in aged accounts receivable. I don't think, and again, sometimes information communicated through and to the public in media outlets can be imperfect. But ultimately, we're not talking about $2 to $2.5 million in write-offs at the end of any given year. We're talking about $2 to $2.5 million in aged accounts receivable, and those are two very distinct things.
Okay, so through the President, so typically, leaving aside this contract, we do collect some of those aged accounts receivable between $2 and $2.5 million that exist at the end of a given fiscal year. Is that correct through the Chair? President?
Through the President, that's correct.
Thank you. And through the President, do we do a better job than what the Contract D promises, which is 1/3? Well, not promises, I phrased that incorrectly, but suggests is likely is 1/3. Do we do better or worse than that typically?
Through the President, I think that the challenge to answering that question is that ultimately, as we discussed earlier, the challenge with aged accounts receivable is that when time passes, they become more difficult to collect on. And ultimately, upon completion of the implementation of the new electronic medical record system, the county engaged with subsidiary the Bonadillo Group to do a full assessment of its billing and accounting practices, and it was recommended that the county could benefit from an outside entity, a private vendor, who could assist in doing a one-time appeal, which is the service that Freed Maxick will provide. That is a service process that the county simply would not be able to engage in. It does not have the experience. It does not have the relationship with the commercial insurers or Medicaid to be able to fulfill that function. So ultimately, I think the answer to the legislator's question is that really only Freed Maxick, as a result of its experience and expertise in this field, is in the position to be able to do the collection on the $3.9 million that we're discussing.
So, President, prior to consulting with Beacon, who made this suggestion to get an outside consultant, did we ever consider, when the amount was between $2 and $2.5 million a year, did we consider going to an outside consultant back then, or was it just something that it's just a new idea that Beacon gave us through the President?
Through the President, it was always contemplated that upon the completion of the implementation of the new electronic medical record system, that the county, and by extension the hospital, would do an assessment of its billing practices under the new reality that the new system would create. That was always planned. So I would say that, yes, it was expected prior to implementation that the county would consider doing this after electronic medical records was implemented. But remember, it was also a long-term process just to get to the point where the system was ready to be implemented. It's not as if that process began in 2016 in earnest. There was a great deal of planning that led into that. So I would say this was a multi-year endeavor.
Okay, so to follow up on that just a little bit, earlier you stated that Beacon made a suggestion, and that this suggestion is part of a new business plan of the new executive to work with Beacon for this one-year contract. And my question is this something that we consider to be part of an ongoing plan in the future? Will we have future contracts with Beacon for future years to try to collect those outstanding debts of what might go back down to $2 to $2.5 million on an annual basis, or not, through the President?
Ultimately, through its relationship with the hospital, Beacon produced a report for the hospital, which has been, aspects of that report have been implemented and incorporated into the new director's business plan. So I just want to clarify that the business plan is a product of the new director, Colleen Rose, and her management team, aspects of which have been informed by the Beacon report.
Right.
So the relationship with Beacon is not a long-standing relationship contractually. They produced a report. That report has helped to inform some of these decisions, including the contract with Freed Maxick.
But it seems to me likely that if we did not have the skills, and I don't mean that in a negative way, to do the one-time ask of outstanding debt, and that Beacon does, and that in this year we have $3.9 million, of which we anticipate getting back about 33%, give or take. And if we go back to having next year the $2.5 or $2 million deficit or uncollected funds, that they might again have that expertise. So I'm kind of surprised that you're not saying that this is part of the new business plan to do this on a regular basis. Do you see where I'm coming from through the President?
Through the President, yes. And I think just to clarify, which might have been the point of my confusion, the county had a relationship with Beacon to do an assessment of its billing practices upon the completion of the implementation of EMR one time. I think what the legislator is referring to is the potential contractual relationship with Freed Maxic, a separate firm, which we're considering tonight. And as a result of that, I might have given you an answer that was somewhat confusing, given what you were asking. But I would say that yes, it would be the county's intent to gauge the success of Freed Maxic's effort upon the authorization of this contract, and if it's successful, certainly would leave the door open to potentially partnering with the firm again down the line. But we're here tonight to discuss the authorization of the proposed contract.
Okay. Through the chair, to the President of the Administration, Ways and Means, we were told that the MCH Hospital Board had not met since November. Do we have an exact date on their last meeting, through the President?
President, yes, it was today.
Yes. And through the President to the Administration, I heard it was an emergency meeting today to appoint a new chair of the board. Is that correct, through the President?
Through the President, that's incorrect.
It is incorrect. And what was there not a President appointed? Or a chair appointed or whatever, through the President?
Through the President, it was a special meeting, and yes, a new chair was appointed.
Okay, so it wasn't an emergency meeting, it was a special meeting. I wasn't trying to attach any particular meaning to that.
Through the President, correct.
Okay, so through the President to the Administration, how long was that board without a chair?
I agree. I don't believe that question is germane. Do you have a different question?
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. We were told that according to, by the doing Ways and Means, that the county executive is the sole member of the MCH governing board, although she does meet with others to discuss matters, but she's the sole voting member. And that is the basis as a result of the county charter. Is that correct, through the President?
Through the President, my understanding is that the power, ultimately, the administrative authority to confer the management authority from the county to MCH is provided both by the charter and state county law.
Right. So that's correct.
Through the President, one aspect of what would legally vest that power in the governing authority is the charter. The other would be state law.
Okay. And through the President to the Administration, the county charter also states that there, shall be a meeting of the Monroe Community Hospital Board 6 times a year, and that didn't happen this past year. So my question then is there any legal consequences to this not abiding by the county charter that we might face moving forward through the chair?
Through the President, no.
Well, that's kind of handy. Okay. And then I'm nearly done. We can't talk about the President, Chair, okay. Last question. One of the questions we wrote down in a written question for the administration, to which we didn't get a response. It says it was forthcoming, but we didn't get it. And the question was, does the MCH Advisory Board get sent information even if they don't meet due to quorum issues or any other reason? They didn't meet for 10 months. Is there a method for the MCH Advisory Board to get information sent to them? That was a question we asked in writing that we did not get a response to. Through the President.
Through the President, ultimately, I think I'd reiterate the earlier point made that the Advisory Board is not germane to this discussion at all, because it would have had no authority over the financial management involved in the billing unit of the hospital. However, obviously, to fully answer the legislator's question, which was provided in advance, and we were going to endeavor to get you that answer by this evening, the answer to that question is yes. In the event that a meeting is called but not followed through on due to the fact that certain members may not be able to attend and they can't reach a quorum, that information is still provided to the members of the board.
And I'm assuming through the President, that's email probably. Correct?
Through the President, yes.
Okay, so if members of the board, they'll get emails when the meeting doesn't occur of any information that needs to be sent to them through the President?
Through the President, yes.
Okay. Thank you much for your time. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the attendance of everyone here still. And I know it's late, and I do apologize, but the fact is, these were important questions that need to be asked. Thank you.
Really? Really? You have to? Legislator Cayley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise to explain my vote. I won't take long. I will be voting in the affirmative for this. However, the questions that were asked ad nauseum were important, and they needed to be answered. And I am voting yes, but what I would suggest in the future is that the governing board of the hospital, which lies at the feet of the executive, that meeting should also have an advisory member. Those board meetings should be attended by at least one advisory member to represent the advisory board, so that they're in the total loop as well, because they are still an important part of the running of MCH. And that's it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 10, referral 19-0234.
Moved by Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Draw. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Legislator Cayley.
Thank you again, Mr. President, to you, to the administration. I will admit I was at Ways and Means this month, but I was having a moment and I totally missed asking the questions that I had about the tax refund. And basically it pertains to 78.919-20.1, which is the United States of America 26 Federal Plaza, where the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 5, I think, years of overtax, I just got rid of my thing, is being refunded. And my question on this was, had more to do with, I don't feel that it was answered correctly. The answer I got was, the property is located right next to 515 Ridge Road, comma, or semicolon, United States of America Army Reserve. I'm not sure that's what I was going for, because the other company that was overtaxed was Learning Disabilities Association of Genesee Valley. And I was under the impression that there was actually a business or a corporation or a DBA with respect to the U.S. government. And I'm wondering if I could get a clarification as to whether or not this was a business entity, was this a contract with the federal government, or is this just a piece of property that was federal property that for some reason was miscalculated? Through you to the administration, Mr. President.
Through the President, if I understand your question correctly, back in 2013, the United States government / the Army Reserve acquired the vacant land that adjoined the current Reserve Center on Ridge Road in the town of Webster. Through an error in the Webster Assessor's Office, it was not moved from the taxable side of the assessment roll to the wholly exempt side of the roll, and it was not caught by anybody until I noticed it earlier this year, probably 2 months ago, and we started the process to cancel all of the taxes. Taxes haven't been paid. There's no refund. It's just a cancellation of taxes, and chargebacks will happen to the town and the fire district.
Thank you. And then through the President to the administration. What is the expected time frame that the individual West Arundecoid School, Webster School, Monroe County has to, maybe I misunderstood that, has to pay back the amounts that are here, the totals?
Through the President, there is no payback with regards to this. The taxes were billed but never paid. And the county guarantees taxes to the town, the fire district, and the school district. So they were made whole. This is, unpaid money for the county. And when you cancel taxes, then there'll be an associated chargeback to the municipality of the town of Webster, the school district, and the fire district.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 11, referral 19-0235.
Moved by Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 12, referral 19-0235.BR.
Moved by Legislator Boyce, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 13, referral 19-0236.
Moved by Legislator Zale, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Legislator Baroth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, in our written questions, we asked what was the ratio of full-time staff to contract staff, and if there was some sort of goal or something they're aiming towards, and we did not get a response. Is there a response tonight through the President?
Through you, Mr. President, the levels of contracted staff vary on a regular basis. MCH is focusing on filling all MCH nursing positions utilizing full-time, part-time, and per diem staff. We supplement with contract staff as needed. The balance between MCH staff and contract staff can fluctuate on a daily basis based on our needs. For example, census, staffing requirements, every other weekend or holiday requirements, days off, vacation, sick time, FMLA. It's preferred to have the majority of staff MCH staff. The goal is to reduce the contract staff.
Okay. So through the President of the administration, when you say MCH staff, you mean any mixture of full-time and part-time staff, correct, through the President?
Through the President, that's correct, MCH employees.
So in an ideal world, if everything went perfectly, you'd have some mixture of full-time, part-time staff and no contract staff. Is that correct, the President?
Through the President, that's correct. However, the nursing industry is experiencing a shortage nationwide, so we use contract staff to supplement for the needs of the MCH residents.
Right. So through the President of the administration, I just take that to mean then that ideally you're aiming towards 0%. That's all. You just can't achieve it because there aren't enough nurses around. Correct, through the President?
Through the President, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 14, referral 19-0239.
Moved by Legislator Terp, seconded by Legislator Elkhofer. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Item carried. Pardon? Roll call vote.
Mr. Marinetti? Yes. Ms. Cayley? Yes. Mr. Alcoffer? Mr. Ansello? Yes. Ms. Barnhart? Yes. Mr. Broth? Yes. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Mr. Brew? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. DeFlorio? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Mr. Felder? Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Ms. Halstead? Mr. Hebert? Mr. Howland? Ms. Lamar? Mr. Lightfoot? Mr. Mafucci? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Rockow? Mr. Shepard is excused. Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilt? Mr. Zale? President Carbone?
Yes.
26-1, motion to adopt passes.
There being no unfinished business, Legislator Marionetti.
President, we stand adjourned until 6 p.m. Number 12, 2019.